feel it. Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gat. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. If you're a dope track, the vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. And you're a dope track, the vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, it's my Twaza kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. The introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep tell me just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax.
Everybody is having a good 3rd of December, Wednesday. It is 9:01 Central European Time, AM, obviously, and that makes it 3:02 Eastern Standard Time, USA, about 1:02 Arizona, right? Something like that, yeah, and what is it? 102 and 12, maybe midnight, something like that in Cali. What's up, everybody? I'm glad everybody is here. Let's get right into it, though. I had to take a little pause, actually. You know, I wanted to go on, but I could tell after I got through my little duties and everything that I just wanted to make sure I was fresh. You know, I needed a little bit of extra time, you know, to myself. But so I opted to do that. So excuse me, you know, if I didn't go live on, and to the people that were waiting, maybe expecting me to go live, because I did have it scheduled, of course, you know, so excuse me for that, y'all. But in any case, you know, the outcomes are the same. I mean, the outcomes are pretty clear. You know, there were a couple of stories that seemed to linger on. I mean, And me personally, I'm tired. I'm a little tired of the news somewhat, you know? I mean, of course, there's more about Hegseth, and it's going where everyone thought it would go. I mean, instantly, like, these are illegal, you know. And it's so funny how the administration reacted to that video as if they're guilty. You know, a guilty person, when someone makes an accusation at you, you don't just go, man, what the hell are you talking about, man? Are you crazy? I could never do that. Who are you saying is making illegal orders? But this administration reacted just like that. You know what I'm saying? Just like that. Yo, oh, kid, what's up? But this administration reacted exactly like that. Like, who the hell are you saying making illegal orders? We don't do that around here. And everyone else is like, huh? All we said was don't follow illegal orders in these ones. But it appears to be just that. Like, I mean, again, I'm going to ask that question. Who responds to that question like they're guilty and shit, except a guilty person? Everyone else would have been like, okay, well, you know, not responding to illegal orders is basically every day worth saying. Thank you for noting that. And of course, everyone else, make sure you adhere to that as well. Like, but what makes that necessary about today? I'd be interested in knowing about. Can you share? That's how I would react if I wasn't guilty and shit. But instead, this administration was like, man, who the hell? We're going to send people to jail for saying that. Wow, that's a lot of projection there. Send people to jail. Okay, for what? A crime possibly? Has a crime been committed? That's worth looking into. Yeah, maybe we should send people to jail. And and here comes Pete Hegseth. And, you know, that was the Pete Hegseth intro and shit. But in any case, let's start off before going into Pete Hegseth, before Sandra, what's up? Before going into Pete Hegseth, because this is just going to be a damn fool. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is just going to be entertainment and cannon fodder for at all times. You know what I'm saying? But before going into that, let's go into something else. What the hell is this? Something wrong here? Okay, here we go. Let's go into Caroline Levitt, right? Because she, of course, had to answer questions about this, and like most White House press secretaries would have to. Of course, she has her own style, you could say. She's invented her own style of giving these, there's two press secretaries that I would have to say they made something very different out of the White House press secretary pool. And Caroline Levitt is one of them, but she's not the first. The first one I'm talking about is this guy that used to cap for Trump in his last administration, and he ended up leaving. What was his name? I forget his damn name, but he used to get irate and angry and offended that you would dare question Trump on anything, especially on things like morality, ethics. He used to get crazy angry. You know what I'm saying? And in any case, Caroline Levitt is somewhat like that. And so she's got a cap. Her job is to cap. And she's got, apparently her job is to cap. I don't know. I think his name was Steve something. But I don't know if it's to cap. I thought it was supposed to be to tell truths, right? To say what the president tells you to say, pretty much. But that's not supposed to be a lie. But in any case, here's Carolyn.
I apologize for my tardiness. We had some technical difficulties, as you could see, but I think we are ready to rock. So let's get to it. I'll begin this week with some scheduling announcements for President Trump's very busy week ahead. Tomorrow, President Trump will host his 9th cabinet meeting of the year alongside his incredible cabinet who continue to deliver.
Yo, Oak. That's exactly. This is what Oak wrote. Yeah, I watched a lot. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait. I didn't see the second strike. Yeah, apparently that's what they say in Hegseth. That's the reporting, right? And I want to hear him say it though. Like, did you see him say it? Because I haven't seen him say it, but apparently that's been reported that he said that. And it's like, come on, fella. Come on, man. You didn't see it? I mean, it's no point in me describing Pete Hegseth because it's funner to watch. You know, really, let's watch
the
this
American
fool.
people
And it's funner to watch her. It's funny. It's funny. It's more fun to watch her ass just show who she is. No one even have to. I don't have to do shit but sit back and watch.
record pace. Later in the afternoon tomorrow, the president will make an announcement in the Oval Office on his initiative to create Trump accounts to give the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings.
Did I just hear right? So a Trump account? This really better be serious, ultra serious. Because if it's not, it's just going to be the laugh of the century. Like, this shows you how stupid people. If this is not real, and this doesn't come instantly, fast, quick, in a hurry, it's only going to prove more of the same clown type of behavior coming out of this administration. A Trump account? Who the hell needs a Trump account? Just issue the checks, goddammit. The treasury checks. Isn't that what happens? Isn't that what normally happens? And now you need a Trump account. And, you know, they want to create all kinds of shit. So, I mean, is it the Trump? What is the point? What is the fucking point? So you could walk around with a Trump card? Is that what they want you to do? They want you to walk around in the store. Yeah, I got my Trump card. Here you go. Thank you, President Trump. Is this what's going on? Let's hear.
It will be a very exciting announcement indeed, especially for all of the parents on create Trump accounts to give the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings. It will be a very exciting announcement indeed, especially.
Oh, this is another 2 weeks. Wait, we'll do it in 2 weeks. Yeah, okay, just give us 2 weeks. We're working on it. By the way, we're not working on the healthcare. We had 8 years to work on that shit. You know what I'm saying? We had 12 years to work on healthcare. I mean, really, if you really want to talk about Trump people, Project 2025, anything in Project 2025 about healthcare, anything about this one, where's this coming from? Damn.
Especially for all of the parents across the country with young children and babies. On Thursday, President Trump will host the presidents of the Republic of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo to sign the historic peace and economic agreement that he brokered. On Thursday night,
for Elon Musk. Is that why Elon Musk was on that boat? Is that what that's about? Listen, it doesn't matter what's going on in the name of the American people. Nothing is in writing for one individual. You know, nothing is owned. Like, whatever deal is made by the U.S. government, that's the U.S. government's deal to change at any time they want. And that doesn't mean it's, you know, for Elon Musk. It can't be for Elon Musk. I'm almost guessing that this president is going to try to make it so one company specifically in the U.S. gets those raw resources. Because it sounds like, if you're talking about Rwanda and Congo, I mean, doesn't it sound like that's what this is about? You know what I'm saying? Electric cars, right? So just keep that in mind as we listen. But go ahead.
President and the First Lady will celebrate one of America's greatest traditions, the lighting of the National Christmas Tree on the Ellipse.
National Christmas Tree. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Aziz, jump start on savings and shit. How about affordable? Yeah. What about right now? I don't want to jump start. I want to survive. Well, God damn it. Like, can we survive this year? This year right now and shit. She's talking about if you survive till next year. Take note. This is what they've been pushing for the last maybe 4 weeks now. You know, they've always had this just wait strategy, but now a new waiting point for next year has kicked in, and that was introduced by the Treasury Secretary, right? Like a couple of weeks ago, he started changing his language to just wait till next year. You'll see the results of the tariffs. Listen, y'all. The U.S. dollar, and compared to the Danish kroner, has gone down from it used to be 740, right? It used to be 740 or 760, 7.60 or 7.40 to every Danish kroner. $1, it used to equal 7.40, right? $7 or 7.40 Danish crowns, right? The reporting that came out 2 days ago, it's now gone down to 6.40 or 6.60, something like that. You see what I mean? That's a significant drop in the value of the US dollar. So let's also keep that in mind.
And on Friday, President Trump will attend the FIFA World Cup final draw at the Kennedy Center. You all will be seeing and hearing from the president
he don't like the Kennedy Center, boy.
every day this week. So you have me today, and then he will take on the rest of the week himself. Next, I would like to address the horrific tragedy that took place in our nation's capital that last week. A foreign terrorist that the Biden...
Oh, it's been shootings all over the country since then. There was like 2 other mass shootings, from what I hear, right? You know, and again, they didn't lower the flags. They did not lower. There's nothing out of this White House where they came out and said the president has said lower the flags to half mast. Nothing about that. Just keep note of that.
Administration failed to properly vet, ambushed 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were honorably serving here to keep the residents and visitors of Washington, D.C. safe. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf was severely wounded in the attack and remains hospitalized while he continues to fight for his life. Tragically, U.S. Army Special...
Yo, let me just tell you, there's been a string of shootings, murders, you know, a spring. I don't want to, let's just take the word murder back, because I don't want to make it sound like DC is all foul like that. And, you know, but there's been definitely a string of shootings long after Trump said the shit was finished. I mean, and it's not a string of shootings in places that you would expect either. It's the demographic of the city, Northwest. There was one that was far northwest, like up towards Georgetown, and somewhere in the Georgetown area, there was a murder somewhere, right? I mean, these things in urban cities, this happens when you're dealing with millions and millions of people. Keep that in mind. It's not like you're dealing with Kentucky. No offense to people that live in Kentucky. It's not like you're dealing with a rural state. DC is all city. New York City is all city. You know what I'm saying? And DC is all city. There is no rural area in DC. There's no place where you have cows and you know, 1 or 2 families that live every mile and shit from each other. There's none of that. Everybody is stacked next to each other in a house or in an apartment building, right? Now, so when you see these when you got millions of people, DC has under 1 million people, but the metropolitan has definitely a couple million, right? But even in DC, you dealing with still a whole heaping lot in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands, right? So when you hear a murder in DC, they make it sound like, you know, it's not an urban city. You see what I mean? Like, it's not all urban city and shit. They make it sound like, oh, wow, what's wrong with all this? You know, you get my point. But in any case, there's always been shootings. There's been shootings the whole time. What are they talking about? And people have said that the National Guard is not what's needed to reduce crime. People have said that in DC. The people that have worked there on the ground have said that time and time again. This administration has ignored all of that. So they want to start and do their own. They don't even want to do their own anthropology on the ground. They just want to just say, fuck it, we know better. We're the federal government and we know better than the people on the ground, even the sociologists, even the anthropologists on the ground that are in studying neighborhoods and communities, right? So this administration ain't trying to do shit about what's needed in D.C. You see what I mean? It's very easy to know what's up with D.C. Allow people to get into school easier for less money. How about make it free for kids? How about make it free for every kid that gets the grades, that has the grades to go to goddamn universities to fucking go? How about that? How about give them a stipend in one of the richest cities on earth? How about that to go to school? Okay, especially if they're under a certain class, you know, make their families make under a certain amount if they're coming from families like that. But they don't want to do that. How about make housing affordable? You see what I mean? In DC, how about listen to the mother effing DC residents when you do some shit there? But no, the big headed federal government knows better because people in DC, according to them, ain't shit. Okay, they already get taxed without representation. They don't have a vote in Congress. They don't have a vote in the Senate. They have what you call shadow representatives. They get to sit and listen, right? They get to speak. Sometimes they get to speak, but they don't get to vote. You see what I mean? So, is that taxation without representation? But in any case, now she wants to talk about how this guy got to DC and ambushed these National Guard members. Yo, I don't know if she's listening, but people get ambushed every goddamn day in the United States of America, just to keep it real. And DC's not the only place. And it ain't just about terrorists and terrorism and hating America. And it's not always, usually it's, I'm an American that hates another fucking American. Usually that's what it is. And a lot of times it's an American holding up a goddamn KKK flag. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even have to be that. What about all the police? I just saw a whole group of police shoot a black man twice who came out of his home with his hands up and then sent the dogs after shooting him twice to bite his ass up. This didn't happen in DC. So what about that? Where's the drop the flag to half mast over that one? That happens any other day in the United States of America. You see what I mean? So, again, 4,000 people every month in the United States of America die from a bullet. 5,000 more, are victims of a crime that has something to do with a gun. They get shot, that survive. 5,000 more. People get shot every day, B.
Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died of her wounds. She was just 20 years old. President Trump and the entire White House are praying. Look
at this. Somebody said you repeat the same thing. Yeah, Caroline Levitt repeat the same thing to your brainwash ass too. And you eat it all up for breakfast. Look, this other person, Trump is boss mode, man. Trump is boss mode. Yeah, he's not tired of Caroline Levitt repeating facts. Why are you tired of my facts? You don't see my facts on CNN. What's your problem? You only watch CNN, MSNBC, Fox News? You got a problem with that? Yo, I get it. You just want the same narrative over and over. You're a good slave, basically, is what you're saying. I got you.
For Andrew's full recovery at the request.
Keep watching, because you are a slave. Keep watching.
Of his parents.
And you're going to obey this master also, okay, since you're here.
And their personal phone call with the president over the weekend. And we are keeping Sarah's family and friends in our prayers during this unimaginably difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. Two young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow
flag at half mast
Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel.
What the? Oh boy, she's about to go away from George Washington's understanding of the United States of America, which was. He disapproved. Was not in favor. No, he went against the United States being a religious, nation. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of her, don't get this wrong. You're not patriotic. You don't have to acknowledge nothing about Christianity to be a patriotic American. Just let's make that very clear. And that's enshrined in the Constitution. And that is enshrined in many of the statements that the founding fathers have made themselves. OK, the discussions between the founding fathers. You see, they had this debate back then before they wrote the Constitution. They went out and talked to Americans and listened to Americans at that time when they were writing the Constitution. And George Washington wrote about his ideas regarding the Constitution and Christianity not being the U.S. not being a religious state. Very simple. So now she's going to offer this idea like that makes you a good American. Being a Christian don't make you a good American. There's plenty of Christian Americans that are fucking rapists, okay, pedophiles, bank robbers, murderers, drug addicts, drug dealers, okay, senators, congressmen that hate the poor, okay, vote against the poor every day, and kick out people that are more like Jesus Christ than people that are more like Satan, if you want to put it in a Christian context, okay? Every single day, You see what I mean? Jesus Christ was an immigrant. Okay. He went from one land to another. Okay. In case you didn't know, he was an orphan. What do these people care about orphans? Nothing. You ain't heard her say one thing about orphanages and shit like that across America. No. Let alone she hates people from the Middle East and Africa. That's what she said. Where the hell do you think Jesus was from? You think Egypt is Europe? No, it's not. Is it all of a sudden is Palestine Europe? Because you sure enough don't seem to like Palestinians. Is Palestine Europe? What color do you think Jesus was? Walking around there. I mean, you tell me. You tell me what you think. You could always guess about it, but George Washington didn't give a shit what you thought about it. Okay, just keep that clear. It's not in the Constitution. So let her preach. Let's let her preach about how religious this is. You know what I'm saying? And invoke the name of Jesus Christ while trying to spit on all Muslim people. And they spit on Jewish people every day of the week too. So it's nothing new. It's nothing new.
And risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends.
Caroline Levitt gets paid off of the taxpayer. So without the taxpayer, Caroline Levitt ain't shit, you know, and because she can't feed herself without the taxpayer. And in the United States of America, that's called socialism. You see what I mean? So, yeah, she gets paid off of the public. The public comes together and contributes every single day of the week. Everybody, no matter what color, no matter what religion, you could be Jew, Muslim, Christian, or atheist, or anything else. You could be gay, right? You could be all types of shit. You could be handicapped. And most of you are poor who pay for this lady, who pay her salary. She works for you. Okay. Every military veteran works for the people of the United States of America, the citizens. That's who's your boss. And if you don't do what your boss says, we're going to fucking fire you. And it's the same thing as Caroline Levitt. Okay. She's a political appointee. She does what the American people want. If she doesn't do what the American people want, we fire her. Just like we're about to fire Trump, and just like how we're firing people across the country. And that's how it works any day of the week. And if you want to fire a Democrat, go right ahead. No problem. But don't cry when it's your turn to be fired.
Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the full.
Look, they don't even know the motive yet. And she's like calling him a monster. She doesn't even know the motive. Then she's not good enough to figure out the motive. Kash Patel, another political appointee, is not good enough to figure out the motive. But we know the motive. I've already stated. I mean, I believe I know the motive. Of course, they don't like what I believe the motive is. The motive, I believe, is Trump months ago started deporting Afghans that had been admitted into the country under these so-called, illegal immigration that she's saying, people that she's saying hasn't been vetted. That's what they're saying. You know, the experts say they have been vetted multiple times and were fleeing Kabul when Kabul fell to the Taliban. The terrorists, the people that the United States military was in Afghanistan fighting alongside of other Afghans. They were fighting what they call terrorists. This is what the U.S. government defined the Taliban. Now, when Trump signed the removal, right, he said the U.S. needs to get out. He went and he negotiated with the terrorists, the Taliban, the people that don't want little girls going to school, the people that don't want people being able to have whatever, women being able to have the right to work, right to education. You see what I mean? Right. Trump sided with those people, the people that the U.S. government and military were fighting. He sided against them when he became president. And he's the one who made the agreement that U.S. Troops would withdraw. Right. And that caused NATO to withdraw. Right. because the U.S. had the largest military presence there, right? By numbers, by lieu of the fact that we have 350 citizens, right? And most NATO nations have what, under 80 million, right? 80 million and under. You see what I mean? So then on top of that, nobody trumps out our president, Bush, when he wants to send our troops to Afghanistan in the first place to fight terrorists, right? Now, when Biden became president, the time began to withdraw, because that's the agreement Trump made. Trump said the agreement that he signed with the terrorists, right, quote unquote, is that when Biden is elected, they should be removed. That's what happened. So when Biden became president, Biden went out and spoke to the people of the U.S. And the people of the U.S., they wanted the military to leave. That's what they wanted. Of course, they didn't want it to be this way. But the point is, who told you it was going to be safe no matter what way you removed the troops? Who signed the date? Who signed the agreement? Who said, yeah, this is a good time to remove the troops? Trump did. Now, because that timing turned out to not be correct, right? And because Trump didn't have the courage to do it himself, he wanted to hand that over to another U.S. president so he doesn't take the blame. You see, you get what you got. Now, those people, because the Americans that were in charge before had some empathy for the human life, because they knew that these people would be killed if they remained in Afghanistan. Since we had a president and an administration that said, yeah, that would be too cruel to just leave and let them die, those that had fought side by side with us against terrorism, because we stand against Islamic terrorism, right? We vetted those people and allowed them to come to the U.S. Caroline Leavitt now, she's making it seem like she's against terrorism when she's not even seeing the people that fought against terrorism as valued. That's a contradictory to fighting terrorism, you know? So she's speaking with a forked tongue, basically. She's speaking with a forked tongue.
Extent of the law. Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget.
She doesn't know the motive, but she's calling him a monster. Trump started deporting people. You know, how many Afghans that came after Kabul fell? I mean, when Kabul fell, how many Afghans was it that came to the U.S.? Anybody know how many it was they came? And how many have been kicked out now by the Trump administration? I want to look at the chat. Tell me the number. How many Afghans have been kicked out since Trump came into office out of the U.S. that came after the fall of Kabul? Let's just listen. Let's see if anybody in the chat knows, because I don't think they do. Some of them, you know, because right now we heavy MAGA. Sometimes it changes, but you let me know. I'm going to pause for a second. Let me look it up also myself. Yeah, let me see here. Now, what does the chat say? Has anybody in the chat those expertise? Let's see. Not yet. Doesn't seem to be anybody that does. Not yet. Nobody in the chat seems to. I see a bunch of same comments over and over and over. What y'all doing? Spamming the chat, man? Come on. If you do that, I'm going to have to, you know. So nothing yet. So listen, one shot. You don't know how many Afghans been deported since Trump came into office this time? You don't know that? Okay. Let me see here. Because Okin got a whole lot of. Okin is in this bad boy just over and over and over. Okin, come on, man. How many? How many, Okin? Do you know how many? I mean, just waiting to know. Do you know? Because you seem to know everything. Do you know that? I mean, just look it up, Okin. Just take the time and look it up, man. Take a breather, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay. Let me see here. Let me look it up. Let me see here. Let me look that up one more time, man. I want to make sure I'm getting as close as possible. Maybe they don't have an exact number. Okay, but maybe you know. It's in the thousands, by the way. For people that don't know, it's in the thousands. Look, this decision, in case you don't know, this decision that Trump, this executive order, Trump having all these ICE people go around, and this puts basically 11,000 Afghans, right? TPS, right? These people that fled Kabul. Now, you haven't heard Caroline Levitt talk about that as a motive. You haven't heard anyone even suggest. I mean, you know, I haven't heard anybody in legacy media yet. I hope they have in the last day, but I've been watching. I usually watch every day. Yesterday I took a break, but I haven't seen them do it before yesterday. You see what I mean? So let me know. Has the legacy media actually talked about, could that be a factor in the gunman thoughts? Could the gunman know other Afghans that were sent back? Could he be worried about that? Could that have been something that stressed him out? I'm not saying it's an excuse, because the law is still the law. You can't go around shooting people in the United States, although plenty of Americans do shoot people in the United States of America criminally. I mean, plenty do every day of the week. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, thousands do. Thousands every month. Thousands of American citizens shoot other people. Okay, so shooting people, is it un-American? If shooting people is un-American, put a 1 in the chat. If shooting people is un-American, put a 1 in the chat. If that's unbecoming as an American, put a 1 in the chat. Let's see. Now, so nobody knows how many. So it's over 11,000 that could be affected by that Trump executive order, and it's some that have been deported. It's likely this person had a family member deported. You know what I mean? But I'm just trying to humanize it, as in often they do in the U.S. media. Let's say a gunman goes to the post office and shoots up a bunch of coworkers. Well, news media has reported on those stories as being like, yeah, he was fired earlier that week, now that they've investigated, you know, and blah, blah, blah. That's how they do it. When they talk about mass shooters, they always go into the motive openly, the media, right? The Trump administration talked about this guy being the guy who killed Charlie Kirk, of him being a lot of different things. Like, so far, he hasn't talked about his motive. But the media has talked about what was his motive. The right wing has talked about what was his motive. The guy who shot Charlie Kirk, what was his motive? And they say, a lot of them say that there's some trannies that are terrorists in the United States of America. They're American citizens, but they're left wing terrorists. That's what a lot of MAGA says about it. So we talk about the motives all the time. The motives don't have to be correct. You don't have to agree with them. I, of course, think that's some bullshit, right? But I do think it's close. I think that the young man that shot Charlie Kirk, that's arrested for it, I believe it was bound to happen because Charlie Kirk basically preaches hate, and he goes state to state, and he saw that as a legitimate means of making a living, earning money. And I would say, no, that puts you in a dangerous situation, because any person that does that obviously gets death threats. Look, people who do less in the United States of America get death threats. Politicians get death threats every single day of the week. Activists get death threats. Anytime you're an activist in the United States of America, you're personally getting death threats from other American citizens, whether you're on the left or the right. Judges, same thing. Senators, same thing. So, I mean, why would this be any different? I don't get it. But in this case, so far, the media and the FBI, they don't seem to know nothing. They knew a lot about Charlie Kirk's killer the day after. They know exactly what it was. 2 days later, yeah, he was gay, man. He was a tranny, yo. That's what they were saying. That's what Fox News was saying. So it's how many days has it been since this guy has shot these two National Guards? They have to say allegedly, but yeah, allegedly, until 100%, until he's guilty, right? Until he's seen a trial. But it looks like he did it. But how many days has it been? Does anybody know how many days it's been? How many days? Let me see here. How many days has it been? One shot. How many days, man? Come on, yo. What is this? What is this? Come on, let's get to some substance here in the chat, man. Y'all, who? Yeah, yo, look. He spelled exactly. He preached hate. What the fuck, yo? And don't you have the right to preach hate in the United States of America? Isn't that what they saying? You have the right to preach hate. They saying it's freedom of speech. That's what they say. I don't say that. I think hate speech is illegal, but there's people that say it is actually not. I even saw, I mean, there was even a Jewish woman, what is this, Stephen Miller's wife, was on CNN the other day defending anti-Semitic comments saying, yeah, but I stand up for your right to make them. I'm like, what the fuck? How does that exist? How can it be hate speech and then you stand up for it at the same time? Okay, but in any case, how many days has it been? I think, let me look that up. Let's see how many days, because I want to be accurate. How many days have gone by since the DC shooting of the National Guard? Let's do that. Let's do a comparison on it. Thank you, Caroline Levitt, for having to come out and make some statements. That's always great. Look, it's been 7 days. Okay. How many days passed before right-wing media had theories about the and they had a lot, Charlie Kirk assassination regarding motive? Let's see here. Let's see. It's been 7 days. They don't know yet with this guy why he did it. They still looking for a motive. That tells me they found a motive. Likely they could have found a motive and was like, God damn it, is it our fault again? It could be. 7 days is a long goddamn time. 7 days is a very, very long time. Look, it says here the right-wing narratives in media started one day. It started the same day. Not even 0 days. 0 days before the right-wing media began to offer theories of the motive of Charlie Kirk's shooter. Very simple. So what's up, y'all? What's up, right-wing? What's up? What's the motive? How come the FBI is still saying there's no motive? Is there a motive established regarding the DC shooting of the National Guard? Let me see here. I haven't heard a motive yet. I just want to make sure to give it a chance. Anyone who have something to offer, let me know what the motive is and what news channel you heard it on. Okay. Right. Okay. They have, what is not known, no confirmed motive. Exactly. Let me know what you think. If you heard a motive, let me know. I haven't heard a motive. I mean, not an official one. I've heard Caroline Levitt call him a monster. I've heard Caroline Levitt call him a Muslim extremist, although there's no evidence of that yet. No evidence. And that's also interesting how the White House press secretary could come out ahead of the FBI and establish something. Let me hear that again. Let's hear that again.
Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. Two young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this.
I mean, shit, we're going to start quoting the Bible. I mean,
lay down one's life for one's friends. Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest.
I mean, how many Quranic verses are like that? Let's see here. She said, let me look that up. Let me just look that up. I want to see.
Truly embody the profound word of defense. Difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. Two young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and faces the most severe punishment possible. It also means reckoning with why this atrocity was allowed to happen in the first place, so that it may never occur again.
Trump is the president. It was allowed to happen under Trump administration. Caroline Leavitt is the White House secretary. It's been allowed to happen since she took office, right? It's been allowed. They allowed it. They didn't stop it. They were a part of the group that allowed it. They don't have they don't have anything in play legally to actually stop anyone, citizen or not, refugee or not, right, from driving across the United States and shooting somebody. They don't have a plan to guarantee 100% that somebody doesn't get shot in D.C. tomorrow or any other state in the United States of America. They don't. You know what I mean? And it did happen on their watch. So they take the blame. Just like when things happen on Biden's watch, he takes the blame. Okay? The prices of goods under the Biden administration were Biden's fault. They were not Trump's fault. Were they Trump's fault? The prices of the goods during Biden's term, were they Trump's fault? Put a 1 in the chat if they were Trump's fault. If you're MAGA. If they were Trump's fault in Biden's term, the prices of groceries, if that was Trump's fault, put a 1 in the chat if you're a MAGA supporter. Everything's Trump's fault. Who the fuck said that? Everything they said they were going to have to. I mean, everything is Trump's fault, but but if you ask MAGA people, you know what I'm saying? They tell you that that the prices of goods in the Biden administration was Biden's fault. That's what they would tell you. So if that's the case, why is this not what's going on right now today Trump's fault? Why is it not? I mean, which way are we going to do it? We're going to blame the current president or the past president? When the new president comes in power, are we going to blame Trump for reality? Or are we going to blame the new president? Which one are we going to do? Let's make a deal right now. One shot during Biden's presidency, the cost of goods, was it Biden's fault or Trump's fault? Yeah, I'm going to blame Trump. You know what I'm saying? But let's see if the MAGA people, what they're going to do. Who you going to blame? Who? The price of goods during Biden's presidency, one shot going to run off now and shit. Where you at? Where you at, one shot? Don't run your ass off. I'm talking to you. During Biden's presidency, were the price of goods Biden's fault or Trump's fault? Look at that. One shot and then disappeared and shit. Anyway, look, I thought this was fun. Check this out. The Bible verse. Here's the full verse. King James Version is the most commonly known one. That's probably the one she's reading too, by the way. Is she reading the Orthodox version? No. Is she reading who is she reading who else is that? I don't know. The Episcopalian? I don't know. Is she reading the Latter-day Saints version? I don't know. I'll be the first to tell you I don't know. When I did read the Bible, I used to read the King James version, but listen, I don't read it. I don't believe, I don't believe in everything in the damn Bible. First of all, I got to say that. Secondly, what there is there might be able to be extracted as some truth, I think is more like truths that exist in other religions too, and outside of other religions, just humanity, even leaving religion completely out of it. Okay. Or Abraham religion. There's plenty of other, philosophy is not just a religious thing. Right. So, and if it is, it exists, this type of thinking exists. But listen to this one. This is what he said. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Wow. That sounds deep. it almost makes it sound like gang motherfuckers in the Crips and Bloods be like reading the King James Bible. But look, I just thought it's curious. Is there a Muslim or Jewish statement? And hold on, are there statements Muhammad or Moses made that are similar or the same? Let's see here. I just thought this might be curious because I don't normally do this, but since she wants to entertain religion today and do Bible quotes, I mean, which is intentional. It's intentional. To me, it says she's feeling really weak. Trump is feeling really weak, so they're leaning to their base, that Bible belt of the United States of America. You know, and the ones, even some of them I showed you, they be out there like holding up snakes and shit, venomous snakes, you know. Goddamn, what's that snake called? What is the snake called? Rattlesnakes and shit in the church. We saw that just a few days ago. Go back to the live a few days ago. They were up in there with snakes and shit. And look, the dude, they even interviewed the preacher. And he was like, yeah, it's illegal. If they catch us, their life, if somebody died, they're gonna lock us up. He got bitten and died. And then they said, and by the way, 3 decades earlier, his father got bit and died doing the same thing. I mean, they taking themselves out. Look, Moses and Muhammad are associated with the teachings that express ideas similar to John 15:13. Greater love to lay down one's life for one's friends. Shit. Oh, you know, is that verse promoting, military to lay down their life for citizens, or is that just everybody go for broke? My friends, gang. Is this gang culture we talking about here? Because isn't that what they doing? Asking for the mafia and all that. Okay, I'm just saying. Greater love to lay down one's life for one's friends, though not exactly the same. Here's some other. Okay, now attributed to Moses, right? They attribute it to Moses because have they found any existence of Moses? You know, and those other statements are attributed to Jesus too, by the way. Just saying, you know, just like we can go to National Cemetery and see the people who laid down their lives. Their bodies are there. Their ashes are there. You see what I'm saying? Right. So, you know, just to keep that in mind. Okay. You can go see Martin Luther King was a real person. Right. Okay. So people in your lifetime attest to him being alive. Okay. Just to, you know, add some, you know, just to give some perspective on that. You know, you can have the micro or the macro perspective. You should accept both if you know, especially the one that's factual. Okay. Now, while the Torah does not record Moses saying something identical to lay down your life, there are teachings and examples that express the same principle: self-sacrifice and self-sake of others. Right. So this is something Moses, for those of you that don't know, because Christians are not Jews, by the way. I mean, they're Jews, another type of Jew, I guess you could say. Some people would say they were, some would say they wouldn't. And I'm not Christian, and I'm not Muslim. So I have a Christian background, you know, being American, but I don't, you know, and because of my ethnicity, right. But I don't really understand this type of, you know, promotion of religion myself. But since she did it, here we go. Moses offering himself for the people. Exodus 32. After Israel sins with the golden calf, Moses says to God, okay, so that's the context. That's the situation they're in. After Israel sins with the golden calf, whatever that means, Moses says to God, and I leave it up to people that believe in it. You believe in this if you want. That's your right. I stand behind that right. My ancestors have died for your right. If you're an American citizen, by the way. So, I mean, I'm fully understanding of the point. You know, I know George Washington was against state religion. So, in that light, you know what I mean? This is how I view this. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, but if not, blot me out of the book which you have written. That doesn't sound that much, okay? Moses essentially volunteers his own life salvation for the sake of his people. It's because all this stuff has been translated. So, very close to the idea of laying down one's life for others. Right. Okay. Leviticus. Love your neighbor as yourself. Yeah. Was this guy who, is that what she's doing? Is this what the Trump administration promotes? Love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor. Is that what they promote? Or are they going around to communities where people do believe in this and say, regardless of their religion, are loving their neighbors and send ice to them to rip the babies out of their mother's arms? I mean, I don't think she should be talking about anything religious, to be honest with you, especially the parts that have something to do with love thy neighbor. You see what I mean? Anything about Jesus Christ has nothing to do with what she promotes. I'm just saying, I don't, I'm not attesting to that everything is real in there. I'm just saying theoretically, if you read the Bible, right? So, but let me go down to there's other phrases. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Yeah, they have this idea. Now check this out. Islam, just to make it fair for the Abrahamic people. Okay. This is the foundational Islamic equivalent to love ethic, John 15:13. Okay. Hadith on defending others, even at the cost of life. The best jihad is to speak a word of truth to a tyrant ruler. Okay. How many American citizens can get down with that? That's a hadith. Okay. The best, that's the Sunan al-Nasa. The best jihad is to speak a word of truth to a tyrant ruler. I mean, maybe the guy was on a jihad. I don't know. But he shouldn't have shot them. I'm just saying that you shouldn't. They were just out there doing their job. They weren't not hating on you, hating on Muslims or anything like that. They were just out there doing their job. I mean, from what it seems to me, which could be hard to see when you have, people in this administration always belittling Muslims, always belittling others, minorities. It does become hard to see, when these type of people have access to controlling the state. They preach hate openly, themselves often. Hadith on protecting people from harm. Prophet Muhammad said, whoever shields a believer from harm, Allah will shield him on the day of resurrection. Does that sound the same? That's not that's not explicit self-sacrifice, but the spirit is protection of others even at danger. Okay, so there you have it. Yeah, martyrdom in Islam. Islam holds that someone who dies protecting the innocent or defending the weak has a higher honor. I mean, maybe this guy was on maybe in his view of Islam, he felt like this is what he was doing. Who knows? But, still defending somebody else, if that's his motive, then just say what it is. Just say it. Nothing wrong with saying it. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong. It's been a week now. Figure out the goddamn motive. That's all I'm saying.
The facts. The terrorist who gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden's administration in September 2021 in the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. One of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country. Joe Biden's historic failure in...
What is she talking about? Embarrassing. What is it? What's an embarrassing moment?
The chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. One of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country.
Okay. She personally, this is another thing. You can't, she personally hates Biden. Obviously, you can see that because it becomes more important to focus on Biden as a person than it does like the fact that these are administrative issues. This is part of the government of the United States, which has many parts to it. Now, first of all, Trump, in his attack, keep in mind she's talking about this withdrawal is a mistake. At the same time, Trump said that he would stop the Russian-Ukraine war on day one. So, what are we to take away from this comment? When someone says and promises people that they're going to solve this on day one because of their relationships with both groups, with the president of Ukraine and the president of Putin, when their constituency believe that he will be able to stop this, how can you then, 10 months later, talk about Joe Biden and what he did when he's not even the one? Like, let's make it very clear. He did not sign the agreement of removal of U.S. troops. That was not Joe Biden. You didn't, Trump didn't pick up the phone and say, let me call Joe Biden and ask him what he thinks about this. Should I meet with the Taliban? Should I remove the U.S. troops? Is it a good time to do that? He didn't ask Biden what he thought. If he picked up the phone and called Biden and Biden said, bad idea, he would have said, fuck what Biden thinks. I'm doing it anyway, regardless of what you think. And it wouldn't matter what anyone did because the experts told him, probably wasn't wise to meet with the Taliban, who you already, who the U.S. military had been fighting, to give them power of the country you've just been, claiming to protect. It's probably not wise. But Trump said, fuck all the experts. I'm going to do it my way. And it didn't turn out well. And whether Biden could do something about that or not, that's just a footnote. That's just a one little aspect of it. That's not the big picture. The big picture is you negotiated with people that the U.S. government was fighting against, not with the people that were fighting with the U.S. government, with the U.S. military. You didn't care what they thought. You cared what the people who they were fighting against thought. And you did what the people who were fighting against the government wanted. You did what they wanted. So how's that ever going to work out well? Same in Ukraine, when you do what Putin wants, you're not going to stop Putin from bombing Ukraine. You're not going to stop them from taking more land. When you do what the other superpower wants, you're not stopping them. You're helping them. Keep in mind, what little country like Ukraine could stop any superpower? Could any country next to China stop China? Could any country this size, in Europe, who can stop them? That some of the NATO nations, Europe doesn't even claim to be able to stop Russia, any single nation. That's why they organize together, because they see Russia as a threat, all of them. But the irony here is that a lot of people that are, when you really look at this dynamic and you apply it to the rest of the world, a lot of these people have in the past called it unfair. They've called it unfair when the United States has, supported certain military outcomes, but when you do the same here, it's kind of like, it doesn't make sense. You support Russia invading Ukraine, but you don't support, but you, on the flip side, you don't support Venezuela defending itself. It doesn't make sense. It seems like a lot of flip-flopping here, to be honest. But in any case, maybe that was a little confusing. But
Joe Biden's historic failure in Afghanistan continues to haunt this country, and our men and women.
They're claiming to want to invade Afghanistan. So, invade Venezuela. So I don't see how any of it's matching up. They have flip-flopping positions on the Ukraine war, the Venezuelan issue, and the Afghan issue. They flip-flop.
Women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bombing that killed 13 American heroes in Kabul, but now national.
What is she talking about? The surrender? Not only did this surrender, you see this? Like, she's now claiming that Trump would do it different, that Trump wouldn't have left. Is that what she's trying to make it sound like? Trump wouldn't have left? He's the one that signed the agreement. Is she trying to make it sound like, this is weird, and this is why you don't make big decisions like that. They could have went to the U.S. Congress and talked about this, just like you're supposed to go to the U.S. Congress and and the Congress is supposed to announce war. The people, the taxpayer, is supposed to be a part of the conversation, actually, but in the Afghan war, that wasn't really, that's not it happened after some strikes, I believe, but it didn't happen, but at least it happened partially. Now, it did happen, but with this case, with Venezuela, Trump, he doesn't even seem to want to go to have Congress even discuss it, and how many days has gone by now? I mean, it's been long enough for there to be a conversation about it.
Guard troops were shot on U.S. soil by the same kind of enemy. We continue to live with the deadly consequences of Joe Biden's horrific leadership. Nearly 100.
I mean, it's a lot of ways where this just, it only asks more questions. Okay, so you kicked out Venezuelans. That was part of your ICE thing. Kick out the Venezuelan gangs. Okay, Venezuela wasn't then at that time, you weren't going to invade Venezuela. So you want the gangs out. But a lot of the people escape due to humanitarian purposes. And it's not just the U.S. because the economy is screwed up, right? So now you want to attack that country. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think more people are going to leave the country? Where do you think they're going to be? What's your plan for the other people? What is your plan to help the other countries that are going to have to take in more refugees from Venezuela? What's your plan? Because they're all over the world just because of the sanctions. Pretty much. They're already all over the world because of the sanctions. So what is how is that going to help attacking Venezuela? And it is the same questions you should be asking when you invade a country. But when you make the decision to leave, this is more what happened in Kabul in Afghanistan is very closely connected to the Tutsi and the Congo conflict, with the French supporting one side for a very long time and then all of a sudden pulling out. I mean, and then the genocide started occurring. I mean, not that that's the only genocide that's ever happened, right? But in that region, right? Didn't know genocide before that was happening with King Leopold. You see what I'm saying? So this is these are things you could easily question in the beginning. Like, what would pulling out incorrectly? What does pulling out of Afghanistan incorrectly look like? Number one, making a deal with the Taliban. That's what it looks like. That's incorrect. You could start there. Step one was done wrong. Step one. Because now you've made an official decision for the United States that if they do not uphold it, that kind of undervalues every other treaty.
100,000 Afghans were recklessly released into the United States with little to no vetting. There was no regard for the disorder and violence that this would unleash
Trump ain't got no damn plan on nothing
on American communities and American culture. Reportedly, thousands of these strangers and unknown individuals were flagged to the Biden administration for national security, public safety, and fraud concerns. But the terrifying...
Notice how they say fraud. Fraud is everything. Or Letitia James committed fraud. It's like, it's almost like personal. It's personal because since Trump has been convicted of fraud, everybody have to be fraudulent now and shit. It's like...
Truth is that the Afghanistan debacle is just a small part of Democrats' complete and total betrayal of the American people during the Biden years. The tragedy that we just witnessed the day before Thanksgiving is a reminder that untold thousands of terrorists, gang members, and criminals were invited into our country and remain here to this very day.
Yeah, look, they still don't have the Republicans had a majority still of Congress and the Senate and the White House and the courts, the Supreme Court. But where's the comprehensive immigration reform? Why do they need Democrats to make comprehensive immigration reform? They literally passed a bill that fires loads of VA staff, right? The big, beautiful, ugly bill fires many of the staff that's supposed to take care of people in war, veterans, like literally military people and veterans. So, and then on top of it, they add up to the inflation. So all of these people who in the military, they get their salaries, but they pay more for goods, right? Then for the people that aren't in the military who live in the same communities as these people, the cost of healthcare goes up. The cost of goods go up. Right. And she's talking about a betrayal to the American people. When these two National Guard members were shot, she's calling them heroes. Well, why didn't the flags go to half mast? Why didn't they go to half mast if they're heroes? You see, so actually, they at the top, they didn't even have a hero response, because that's the first thing you're supposed to do when a hero is shot, dies, someone dies in the line of duty. They did it for Charlie Kirk. Imagine they do it for a damn podcaster and they don't do it for these two folks. You know, they could have done it. It could still be down. It could be done for a whole week. It could be down until they find a motive. But that's not a choice that they're making. They're talking about Afghanistan because it means they don't have to talk about your Christmas coming up. They don't have to talk about the price. You know, Afghanistan, when was that? How many years ago was that? They don't have to talk about the cost of your heating this winter. They don't have to talk about the cost of your foods this winter. They don't have to talk about any of the things that the multitude of Americans are going to be affected by. Most Americans are not affected by these two soldiers dying. To be honest with you, that's what they're paid for, to die, to be honest, and defend. They know that's part of the job when you sign up for the military. God bless you for doing that, by the way. That's a great thing that we have plenty of Americans that are willing to put their life on the line for our country. Part of that is the right to vote. Yeah, free and fair elections. Part of that is that, right? It's to protect all Americans, right? No matter what religion you are, no matter what color you are, no matter what your gender is, no matter your sexual orientation, that's who you're defending, right? So people know that that's what they're doing. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You know, but do they really think about these people, or are they just using these people as pawns? You see, because there's a lot of soldiers that did not want to be sent to D.C. There's a lot of representatives that said that's not the right use of the National Guard. There's plenty of guardsmen and plenty of military people that said that's not the right use. The Guard is not to be there for policing American citizens. You see, and this administration didn't listen. You see, this administration didn't listen. You know, now let's be honest. If you get more weapons, let's just think about it like this. If you get a military grade weapon and you bring that military grade weapon into an urban city, right? And it could be any of these things. It could be a lot of stuff they're carrying that could be of value to somebody else. What happens when somebody takes their weapon? That means that military style weapon is now in the streets of the United States of America, and a criminal has it. That's what that means. You know, anybody ever think of that? You know, these are reasons why you don't want that to happen, why it's not necessary. You see what I mean? But yet still, this administration, they have the Congress. Look, they got the majority in Congress, majority in the Senate. They could pass a law. They could call it the National Guard law. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know, fallen soldier law. They could call it that. And they could prohibit the right of people to be able to drive across the country with a damn gun. You know what I'm saying? Like, really? Because so far, they have not come up. They haven't even told people whether the gun was legal. And you know why they take so long, a week, to tell you if the gun was legal or not? Because of the motherfucking gun laws that exist right now in the same goddamn country. That's why they can't really tell you it's illegal. Because guess what? Republicans have been fighting for this type of gun laws to exist, so that every fucking body can have the right to have a gun and drive it across the fucking country. Duh, that's what they've been fighting for. Does it make sense that even a citizen should be able to drive to the United States with a gun, to the capital of the United States with a weapon? Well, why should somebody from Washington State be able to drive to Washington, D.C. with a goddamn weapon? Why? What's the excuse? What's the reasoning? So you could shoot somebody? That's the only reason. So you can shoot somebody. There it is. Charlie Kirk said, speaking of pulling the flag down at half mast for Charlie Kirk, He said this was the price of gun rights. Everybody doesn't agree with that logic. But the question is, does the President Donald Trump agree with it? And does Caroline Levitt agree with Charlie Kirk's assessment? You know, I don't. I think it's ridiculous, man. I live in a country where people don't even have access to guns like this. I don't give a fuck. It hasn't bothered my life. It's made shit peaceful. I don't leave outside thinking somebody got a gun. I'm not worried about somebody robbing my ass with a gun. You know, I don't even think of any bad thing when I leave the house to go to work or go grocery shopping or take my kids out. I'm not thinking of one bad thing, especially that.
The border is now secure, thanks to President Trump. But the threat in our...
You know, people that live in D.C., they got to worry about somebody driving all the way from Washington State, which can happen any day of the week, with a gun and shooting somebody. That's what they do. That's their right. While in D.C., you don't have the right to have all these guns that everybody else has the right to have, by the way. So we have to tolerate people that are being armed legally more than us by the law and always having the upper hand with some goddamn weapon, with some gun. Is that fair? We pay taxes. Is that fair? I don't think that's fair. What if somebody passed a law that says the neighbor, let's say Californian people, have the right to have even more better weapons than Washington State? Would you like that? Should we start doing that? Doing that so it's uneven, unbalanced everywhere? How about that?
Interior remains real and urgent. These public safety threats are already inside our land. And President Trump was elected on a promise to find and remove them. And he has already taken significant steps and made significant progress towards fulfilling.
Yo, Eric, yeah, I'm not sure what Switzerland's laws are, but they're definitely way stricter than the U.S., that's for sure, and it's way safer. But like you said, it is possible that every other state, first of all, every other country in the world has more stricter gun laws than the U.S. What the hell? How come they don't see part of the failure here in the gun law? Why does it have to be all Muslims, all Jews, all gays is the fault? How come it can't be, there's some nuances here in the gun policy that might help? You don't see them. They're not rushing up. Look, I mean, Eric, really, they're not rushing to court to say no person who's been given asylum and is not a U.S. citizen, no person who's not a U.S. citizen should not have a gun. They're not rushing to do that, are they? How many days has it been? No, you see what I'm saying? Where's the bill? Where's the Republicans at? You mean you don't want to stop people that ain't citizens from possessing weapons in the United States of America? You don't want that? They don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want that. Been 7 days, they still haven't figured out the motive. 7 days, there hasn't been a call to ban gun. You know, Trump ain't even making an executive order. Why not? Some of his friends, foreigners, what's the deal? He wants them to have the right to have weapons? What's the deal? I don't get it. What is the deal? How many of you think that non-American citizens in the U.S. should be prohibited from owning firearms? Put a 1 in the chat if you think they should be prohibited, not non-citizens. Put a 2 in the chat if you think they shouldn't be. And state what's your political affiliation. Are you Democrat, Republican, Independent? Put a 1 in the chat if you think non-citizens should be restricted from having weapons, possessing weapons in the U.S., firearms particularly. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't, and name your political affiliation, Independent, Democrat, or Republican. I'm just curious about that. You done? Yo, what is your party affiliation? Independent or Republican, Democrat? Paul Still also. GWB also. What's your it doesn't matter, just state what it is. Republican, Democrat. Eric Klein, you a Democrat, Eric? I don't know. You maybe independent, maybe. But to be honest, you know, look, we see a lot of activity in the chat, but then when it comes to questions, you see some people don't like to respond to clear questions here. You see? It's like, okay, American, did you, okay, hold on. Sergeant Jobs, Sergeant Jobs, what did you answer? 1 or 2? Yeah, all the stupidest people I know were born. Yeah, me too. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it ain't even the foreigners. It's not even the non-citizens that's claiming to want motherfucking guns. You know, they can't even vote. First of all, if you're not a citizen, you can't even vote on this. This is not a congressional. You can't even vote for Congress or the president. So they don't even have a right to influence this type of law. It's it's only the citizens that have the right. And the motherfucker. And the Republicans have the majority in the House, in the Senate, in the White House, and in the damn Supreme Court. Yet they have the right. Non-citizens have the right to possess guns. So whose fault is that? You know, whose fault is that? Who's to blame? Who's to blame? You know what I'm saying? Like, I personally don't see why I should be able to carry a handgun, have the right to possess a handgun in Denmark, unless I'm doing some serious type of shit. But better yet, if it's that serious, if I got a contract with the government, why don't I just get security if it's that serious? If I'm that important, you know what I'm saying? Like, do I personally need that right, or how is this arranged exactly? But of course they can in the U.S. So now again. I'm just going to ask everybody this one question. Do you want non-citizens to possess firearms in the U.S.? Yes or no? Do you want non-citizens to possess a firearm in the U.S.? Yes or no? I mean, because then I think you could just avoid this whole thing about Muslims, Jews, gays, trannies. Let's everything. You know what I'm saying? We can just avoid all the conversation. The phone. We don't have to talk about Jesus and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the hell? Okay, and my family not in. Yo, I'm just saying. Listen. I have the right. I'm an American citizen, so I had the right my whole life, except in D.C. We have only, the right to do at that time when I was growing up. You only had the right to have a shotgun, a rifle, something like that in your home. You didn't have the right to have a handgun, a 9mm or something like that. Today you do. Today it's changed. But when I was growing up, we didn't have that. So I didn't grow up having and keep in mind, we just talking about the right to to have the weapon. Right here, the federal government can't even figure out if the gun was illegal because of the gun laws. That's the crazy part about it. And that's why I'm asking this question. They can't come back to you 7 days later and tell you the gun was illegal. That's crazy. And the guy did not buy it from a place that registers the weapon, but they still can't tell you if it was illegal. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, and you could see she's got to talk around this shit a little bit.
This promise. But there is more work to be done because President Trump believes that he has a sacred obligation to reverse the calamity of mass, unchecked migration into our country. I'm
sorry. This is bullshit. What the hell does gun violence have to do with migration? Everything is migration to them. Every fucking thing. Next thing you know, if you have a venereal disease, migration is the migrants' fault. I got an STD. The migrants did it. I caught herpes. Migrant. Gonorrhea. It's pretty soon you gonna have you're gonna have people like, I got gonorrhea. It's the migrants, man. What the? I caught AIDS. Migrants. I caught AIDS. It's the migrants' fault. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the? My kid did bad in math. Migrants. Must have been the migrants that did it. You know what I'm saying? my kid is on YouTube stripping and shit, butt naked. Migrants made him do it. It's like, what the hell?
Result, the Trump administration is now actively re-examining all of the
My daughter's on TikTok stripping migrants.
Afghans imported into the country by Joe Biden. Any individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal. President Trump has already permanently paused migration of foreign nationals from third world countries that pose a very high risk to the United States.
Look, so now they want to qualify it from third world countries, but it's not what you think it is. It's not everybody. It's the ones they deem that pose a high risk. Okay. Interesting.
For too long, past American presidents supported
So what if one of them shoots somebody? Is it going to be their fault in 4 years from now or not?
Self-destructive immigration policies that allowed foreigners who outright hate our country and have no interest in assimilating into our.
But look, she's already made the claim that half of America hates the United States of America. She said every liberal hates the United States of America. George Washington, for example, believed in separation of church and state. He advocated for the separation. By the way, they had that conversation. So he's not for the U.S. being a Christian state. Okay, that was specifically the conversation, pretty much. And so would she say George Washington was an enemy of the United States because he believed in separation of church and state? Would he be an enemy now? Would he qualify to be one of the people that hates the United States of America? I mean, who knows?
Culture. They've allowed these individuals to flood peaceful American communities. This disastrous approach has drained our welfare program, driven up the cost of housing, suppressed wages, and jeopardized the safety of law-abiding American citizens. In fact, according to a new bombshell report from the New York Times, Somalian migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership.
Okay, so she talked about the Somali, right? But what about the dude who was sending 400 tons of cocaine to the United States of America? The president of what state was that? El Salvador? Is it what state is that in Central America? He just pardoned them 400. That's $10 billion. And she's saying Somalis, right? Because she wants to racialize it, or Islamify it or something like that. So it's got to be them. But the guy who he pardoned was a Christian who sold dope to American citizens, 400 tons of cocaine. Trump just pardoned that person. So and on top of that, we already know that, they were prosecuted. They were investigated and prosecuted by a Democrat governor under a Democratic government in Minnesota, right? Walz. So you can see a lot of the maggots, they don't like Tim Walz, but when he prosecutes people for fraud, they don't support him. When he prosecuted Somalis for fraud, they don't support him. You see what I mean? And Trump actually didn't support that either. He didn't support Tim Walz. He threatened SNAP programs in that state. You see what I'm saying? Like based on political affiliation. That's just what's going on right now with U.S. politics. That's how this Trump administration behaves. And that's what Caroline Leavitt, she's a reflection of that total, utter bias. All you have to do is ask basic questions and you could see she's just basically a bigot. She's just basically a bigot.
President Trump is putting an end to this dangerous America Last approach. His position is rooted in common sense.
Cankles.
In the wake of last week's atrocity.
Common sense. Everybody, Canada doesn't think those tariffs are common sense. No one across the world thinks Trump is anywhere near common sense. People think that Trump is on the side of Russia and China. Very simple, for a price. That's what common sense gets you on Earth. You see what I mean? That's what common sense is thinking right now in the Western world. You see, they're like, God damn, why is Trump doing this to us?
It is more important than ever to finish carrying out the president's mass deportation operation. America cannot allow millions upon millions of unvetted illegal aliens to be rewarded.
How many times she got to say illegal aliens? It's like, it's just over. I think she could have said what she said in about 2 minutes. You know, like a lot of this is just drama. She just repeating the same bullshit. I just don't want to really miss a lot of it, but it's hard when you hear somebody just keep saying it. Just illegal aliens, illegal aliens, illegal aliens, Muslims, 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 hate, hate, hate. You know, it's hard. It's hard to just listen to it. It's nothing. It's nothing comprehensive about it. Let me see here. Did she answer some damn questions ever? Let me see.
Leaders also have a
no. Come on. I thought I got okay. She's gonna get to it.
secure, removing all illegal alien invaders. We'll open it up to questions and we'll lead.
Look at this. Look at this shit. Look, she spoke for 8 minutes. That was 8 minutes of bullshit. And guess how many minutes she got to answer questions? 30 seconds.
Today with Isabel Brown, who is in our new media seat. She's a very popular face on television these days. She's built a great independent media podcast and platform with the Daily Wire, and I appreciate your being here, Isabel. Thank you for being
Caroline,
here.
appreciate it and appreciate the briefing. Many Americans, in light of these recent events that you just mentioned, are starting to say that we are being invaded as a country, culturally and logistically, when it comes to immigration. And we know that immigration...
Wait a second. Let me just pull this up. Maybe this is not the longest one. White House. Let me see. Maybe they cut it right after her question here. Let me make. I don't know why they would do that. They don't typically do that at Associated Press. Did we just? How long is this one? 2 seconds here, y'all. Sorry about that. Okay, 37. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Let me pull this one up. It's better. I'm sorry about that. Because obviously we need to get to the questions, and we don't want none of this. We don't only want 1 minute after having to hear 8 minutes of, fauna, Muslim. And listen, I don't ever want to debate anybody on their religion. You have the right to believe in aliens if you want, as far as I'm concerned, right? As far as your religion. Okay. You could believe in a dwarf if you want that lives under a bridge somewhere. And you could believe in a marshmallow. I don't give a goddamn. I don't give a damn. Which is why I really don't like wasting time on it, but you could see how they like to blend it in and mix it in, right? They like to mix in a lot of this stuff about religion into politics, which, by the way, George Washington was against. You see, and Malcolm X was also against it, by the way, in case you don't know. Malcolm X was against mixing religion with politics. At some point, he changed up a little bit, if you know anything about that. But I'm not saying you can't be a Christian or Muslim and have political thoughts. I'm saying it doesn't get to the root of what the problem is, because the problem in the United States is not your religion. You see what I mean? That's never that we have laws, and it doesn't matter what religion you have. You can't practice all of what is in that book. That's already been established. All that is in the Bible, you are not allowed to redo. All those laws in the Bible do not apply to the United States of America. Otherwise, you would be thrown in jail for a lot of it. Those in the Quran, you can't follow all of it. You simply can't do what is stated in the Quran as an answer for something today, or you'd be thrown in jail. Same for Jewish people. Same for any other religion. Is that simple? That's what separation of church and state means. It extends to all of you. That's been the practice. And it's damn sure going to extend to the Bible, because there's some things in there you just don't want people doing today. Like straight up. Like, not to say that it's all bad or something, but there's things in there that are bad too, that you can't do, that were considered okay back in the day. You know what I'm saying? First of all, can you even eat pork? Like, come on. A lot of y'all would be like, what the? A lot of y'all would be like, as soon as they tell you to stop eating pork, you would be like, man, who came up with that law? Then they would be like, man, that's the Bible. You won't be eating no bacon, Caroline Levitt. You won't be eating no ham hocks, Caroline Levin, you won't be eating no pig's feet. Caroline Levin, you won't be eating any of that. Nothing. No pork. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Okay, so anyway, let's George Washington was helping you. Goddamn.
Legal status.
All right.
President Trump is ending this scam as well. And I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so at every turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal...
All right, we're getting back to
Immigration
the...
moratorium.
Here we go. Here go the questions.
That you just mentioned.
And he will never waver in doing so. With that, I will open it up to questions and we'll lead
if you don't want to eat bacon, then you better never say the United States is a Christian country. Okay? If you don't want to eat bacon, okay? You better never, ever say that the United States is a Christian country. Like, straight up. Because you're not supposed to, according to the Bible. You ain't supposed to eat swine. Okay? It's also the reason why Jewish people don't eat swine. Do they eat swine? Jewish people? Okay? I'm just curious. Do they? You see what I mean? Like, I'm just curious.
Brown, who is in our new media seat. She's a very popular face.
Yeah, no crabs, no caviar. I mean, it's a whole lot of things you're going
on television these days. She's built a great independent media podcast and platform with the Daily Wire, and I appreciate your being here, Isabel. Thank you for being
Caroline.
here.
Appreciate it and appreciate the briefing. Many Americans, in light of these recent events that you just mentioned, are starting to say that we are being invaded as a country, culturally and logistically, when it comes to immigration. And we know that immigration without assimilation is indeed invasion. So given the recent remarks from Vice President Vance on a college campus about dramatically reducing legal immigration to address some of this crisis, and President Trump's Truth Social post last week about individuals who may be non-compatible with Western civilization, are there any conversations happening or plans being made behind the scenes for the administration to implement at least a temporary immigration moratorium, for example, in light of what the American people might be calling for?
So, Isabel, it's a great question, and I think I spoke a little bit to the heart of your question in my opener there.
All right. Yeah, she's answering this cultural question, and whether the term illegal or invasion is used necessary. I mean, no, I don't think. I think it's bullshit. It just like makes people panic instead of do comprehensive immigration reform, which is what the Democrats wanted to do, which is what the Republicans wanted to do before Trump told them don't do it. Don't do anything comprehensive. That's what Trump literally said. Trump opted for just, what can you say? Callous actions. Actions that don't necessarily get you what you want. You know what I'm saying? That don't necessarily address, the needs of the United States of America. That's what comprehensive immigration reform would look like. Trump didn't want that. And Republicans said, you know what? After telling the Democrats they would go along with that bill, they dropped the bill because Trump literally told them you better drop it. This happened when Biden was in office. So, yeah.
I would add that the Trump administration has done more to limit migration, both illegal and legal, than any administration in history. And I'll just walk you through some of the actions that we have taken thus far. Number one, the Trump administration issued a travel ban for 19 countries, including Afghanistan, special immigrant visas, which is a legal pathway to get here, which we know many Afghans have utilized to come into the country, have now been paused since the tragic shooting last week.
Okay, so they've been paused, but not stopped. So what does pause mean? Pause until what? And again, pause is not a law. The these executive orders, they can, as soon as Trump is not the president, they're finished. You see now, but also this is not a final thing. If you want it to be final, right? And you want it to be law, you need to go to Congress. Something needs to happen in Congress or in the Senate. And signed by a president. Congress and the Senate and the president need to do their job effectively to create laws. Otherwise, you don't. You just have this. I kind of think this is okay, but I don't stand it on it 100%. Not enough to make it a law. That's what's going on right now.
Refugee admissions were suspended for Afghans from this administration on day one, and refugee admissions into the country right now are essentially at zero, with the exception of Afrikaners fleeing persecution in South Africa.
With the exception of Afrikaners. Yo, these Afrikaners literally went on TV and was like, we going back to South Africa because the farmers found out, the farmers are treated like shit in America. They actually had a better deal in South Africa.
The State Department has also heightened their scrutiny and vetting of all visas and have revoked visas, as you know, for those who do not align with our country's national interests. The Secretary of State has the right to do that, and we've taken unprecedented action to do.
Right, but the Congress has the right to do that. Senate has the right to do that. Nobody's saying you don't have the right to do anything. The question is, why don't you want a law? Why don't they want a law? What's the issue? Why don't they want a law on gun reform? Why don't they want a law that stops non-citizens from possessing firearms? Why don't they want that law? Why don't they want the law that, they're claiming this little stop, this pause? Why don't they want that to be a law? Like, what's taking so long? And it's the same thing with the healthcare. You knew healthcare was the issue. You talked about healthcare 10 years ago. 12 years ago, you knew that. Why is there no plan? Why is there no plan? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Just that. We are also now pausing all asylum adjudications for additional vetting as well. And so additional actions I don't have to read out for you today, but I would just remark that the president has made tremendous progress on this front. And it's why it's so crucial that we not only secure the borders, which the president did in record time. We have zero illegal aliens entering into the country month after month, but we also are taking a look at those who are already in the.
Yeah, but somebody said to filibuster, but who says that you don't do it? So you're expecting, look, here's the thing. When Democrats have power, they always get Republicans to vote. This big, beautiful bill, it had some Democrat signatures. So right now, the only real bill that you've ever passed had Democrat signatures. The filibuster was still an issue. You passed it. It still got passed. You got what you wanted. So, again, I'm going to ask the question, since we now established that the filibuster is not the issue. Why, when two National Guard members get shot in Washington, D.C., in the town where you didn't even call for the flags to be dropped to half-mast, why aren't you utilizing that to make law? Why are you missing that opportunity? You think so your argument is going to be you won't get 4 Democrats to vote for it? You got 4 Democrats for the big, beautiful bill or whatever the amount that there was no issue with the filibuster then. You still needed Democrats. What's the issue? I mean, see, this shows you Republicans, they don't believe in their own shit, because if they did, that's exactly what you would want to take advantage of. The movement, the moment, you would take this moment and get legislation through Congress. You would put pressure on Democrats just like you did before and say, this is with us. The American people want this. The American people, according to MAGA, want non-citizens to not be able to possess weapons. We just had 2 National Guard people that were Christians get killed. Pass the law or you're anti-Christian. Pass the law or you're anti-American. You could do that, but you're not doing it because you don't actually believe in it. That's what's going on right now. They don't believe that.
The interior of our country and removing.
In other words, they just want to talk about it.
Them if they are here illegally, and also taking a look at these visas. Again, having a visa in the United States is not a right, it is a privilege. And the Secretary of State, if you are deemed contrary to our.
So let me see here. Let's see here. How many? Oh, let me go to new. Let me pull this up. I just want to make sure, we make it clear for people, just to make it very clear. You could believe whatever you want. I'm not trying to stop your belief religiously or belief outside of religion. Like, don't believe me. I don't really care because I'm only going on facts. I don't believe myself. I look up shit and then say, oh, wow, is that true? I look it up on the government website. Let's go. Let's see here. How many Democratic votes did the big, beautiful bill get in Congress and the Senate? Let's see here. Let's just see here. How many votes do they need? How many votes did they get before? And how many do they need? All right. So let's see here. And somebody said the filibuster. Actually, you don't even need a majority here. You don't even need 2/3 of the House or 2/3 of the Senate. Actually, I don't believe for this one. Look, the United States House of Representatives, 0 Democrats voted yeah, according to boom, there you have it. So that logic doesn't even work. According to the roll call vote, right? Let me see here. It says the tally was 215 to 214 with all 215. Let me pull this up on the screen so folks don't have to just, because some people will try to actually make believe that I'm not actually reading what I'm reading. You know how MAGA be sometimes. They be on some bullshit. Let's see here. Is it here? Can y'all see this? Boom. All right, let me take my camera off. Okay, this is from the House clerk. Now, see? So for people that, you need to go to your own government website here. This is what your own government is saying, maggots. Okay? Now, since the Republicans have the lead, you need to blame them for what's on here. Okay? So this is Republican, House here we talking about. In the United States House of Representatives, 0 Democrats voted yeah, according to the roll call vote. The tally was 215 to 214, with all 215 yeah votes coming from Republicans and 212 Democrats voted saying nay. In the United Senate, right? United States Senate, 0 Democrats voted a yay. The bill passed 51 to 50 on party line opposition, with the tie broken by Vice President. Yeah, that's right. J.D. Vance, he's the one who broke it. So I don't know why you don't know that. I actually forgot. I actually thought for some reason, given some of this damn disinformation, I thought maybe it was for Democrats. It's none. It's none. So let's be very clear. If you want to stop illegal immigrants, not illegal immigrants, but these are people you call illegal immigrant anyway. But if you want to stop non-citizens from having or even illegal immigrants, even people without, because temporary status, you could even, they don't even make it illegal with temporary status, That's not the law. Temporary status has the right to bear arms right now. So if they wanted to change it, right, they could get in there and change something. Let me just double check here. Even if it's a super majority, let's see here. If you wanted to ban, it's the Constitution. Let me see here. Maybe it is. Let me double check. If you wanted to ban it, would you need a super majority in either house? No. So, no, you don't. No, you would not need a super majority in either house or the Senate to pass laws banning gun rights for non-citizens. Here's the breakdown. You don't. Look. A simple majority, 218 out of 435 is what you need in the Congress. 51 of 100 is what you need in the Senate. All you need is the same people that passed the big, beautiful, ugly bill to stand up for Americans in their time of need, in their time of grief, right? Because we are grieving because we lost 2 guardsmen. Right in the capital of the United States of America, shot dead in the street, ambush style, like Caroline Levitt said, and they are not mobilizing themselves or the American people to do nothing about it. So we could just end all that shit. We don't have to claim to be experts at different immigrants. We don't have to claim. I mean, look, right now, listen, let's qualify this. What's going on in the news right now? Who is the man who shot the health care executive? Luigi, what's his name? He's on trial. Where did he come from? He didn't come from let's pull this up just for people to know. This is the thing here. This is actually a thing, you know. This guy shot a healthcare executive in the back of the head. Do you remember that? Where is he from? Is he from Afghanistan? Is he a Christian? Where the hell is he from? Tell me, chat. Where is he from? You know, I mean, really, look, this guy did in terms of killing and murdering, this was even more. I mean, this is, another case of people that kill, right? Man suspected of shooting the healthcare executive Luigi Mangione. Key facts we know: the victim was Brian Thomas, CEO of United Healthcare. Surveillance footage shows Mangione shooting Thomas outside of the Midtown Manhattan hotel. This is almost like the ambush. He was ambushed, right? Morning of December 4th, 2024. This is like 11 months ago, right? No. What am I talking about? This is 1 year ago, almost exactly tomorrow. Shows you what short memories people have. Even me, right? When authorities arrested Mangione, right, on December 9th, 2024 in Altoona, Pennsylvania, he was carrying a 3D printed pistol. Any laws about 3D printed guns in America? How'd that happen? Who made that? I don't know. Is there some laws? I don't think that. Let me go check. I don't know about the laws of 3D printed pistols, but damn, it is a thing. Did you know that was a thing? This sounds like some expert shit. This sounds like something people should be concerned about if they're concerned about safety, right? Because in my mind, sounds like something a terrorist might want to learn how to do. Okay. I don't know what kind, if they're Christian, Muslim, a criminal just might in general, you know. Now, let's see here. Allegedly the same use in the shooting, fake identification. Oh, wow. He had a fake identity. Wow, that's deep. And a backpack with writings referencing the healthcare industry. Oh, so he was opposed to something in the healthcare industry. I wonder what that was about. Maybe that was a motive. Sounds like it. They don't know the motive. They don't know the motive of the guy who shot the two suspects, right? The two National Guards member. It's been a week. They don't know the motive. I wonder how long it took them to figure this motive out. Okay. Prosecutors have charged him with federal counts, including the use of a firearm and interstate stalking. Oh, damn, he got stalking charges as well as state murdering charges in New York. Okay, so he got state charges. Okay. As of late, I'm almost sure if the DC police was investigating this, if this was their job, they would already have the motive established. FBI, they would already know if the gun was legal or illegal. I think that's what I bet on the DC police any day of the week over the federal government right now. Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Okay. As of late 2025, the court dismissed some of the terrorism related. Okay. So they started off saying he was a terrorist. Interesting. Do you agree? Is he a terrorist? Put a 1 in the chat if he's a terrorist. Put a 2 in the chat if he's not. And state your political affiliation too. Otherwise, I can't really answer. I can't count it. I want, to use some of this data. So it needs to be clear data. So please, if you're a MAGA supporter, let me know. Was he a terrorist or not? Terrorist, put 1 if you're a MAGA supporter. Not a terrorist, put 2 if you're a MAGA supporter. And please, only MAGA supporters right now answer. Okay. Let's see here. Now let's go on. First degree. Okay. So that first degree murder is terrorism. Okay. But he still faces second degree murder and at least 1 federal murder charge. Okay. If you like, I can go. Okay. So this is the guy. They've been writing about him all over the place, right? And he really did shoot somebody, and he is basically ambushed. Caroline Leavitt didn't say it, but it's true. Man charged with health insurance CEO. Okay, did that? Yeah, insurance CEO to CEO murder to accept $300,000 in donations. Man charged with health insurance CEO murder to accept. So this is for his trial, right? Lawyers say 26-year-old accused very much appreciates the outpouring of support on the fundraising platform. Caroline Leavitt ain't talking about this. That's interesting. Let me turn my camera off real quick. Okay, the man charged with murdering United Healthcare CEO in December plans to accept more than $300,000 that people who are sympathetic to the accused killer have raised for his legal defense. More than 10,000 people had contributed an average of about $30 to him. His defense fund, his legal team indicated it would accept the donations, according to a post. And keep in mind, $300,000 in terms of the law is not a lot in the U.S. You need a lot more to go up against the federal government sometimes. Not all the times, but sometimes, yeah, because the federal government has unlimited resources. Maggioni very much, according to Caroline Leavitt, right, very much appreciates the outpouring of support. Okay, so authorities allege that Maggioni, 26, shot Brian Thompson, 50, to death in plain view of a surveillance camera as the United Healthcare chief walked to an investors conference in the Manhattan morning. Okay, so in any case, they charged him, so they must have his motive, right? Property carried gun matched on killed Thompson. Okay, so everyone knows he went there to kill the guy, but what was the motive, right? So now that, people pretty much know this story, and you could go look it up yourself if you're interested in this story. Yeah, and inform me, by the way, because I followed it when it first happened, but I haven't followed up on it. But obviously we're going to be doing that because it's about to, it's soon it will be going into trial. But let me know, y'all, what you think about this. Now, let me see. Did anybody say, okay, MAGA supporters? So we don't get any real answers from MAGA supporters here. You see that? You see how that is, y'all, how that works? People that support MAGA don't answer questions because they don't want to have data done. They don't want data done. They don't want you to know when they flip-flop. So I'm going to ask one more time. Just put a 1 in the chat if you're a MAGA supporter. If you're a Trump supporter, put a 1 in the chat if this guy was a terrorist. Put a 2 in the chat if he wasn't. Yeah, that's interesting. They don't do that. They don't answer. They don't like data to be done on them, Well, let's go back to the Muslim terrorist, okay? That might be easier for the MAGA people to want to deal with, okay? Yeah, it's complicated, Eric. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I'm just stating it's the government that said he was a terrorist. Then they retracted it. I'm asking the MAGA people, what's wrong with this guy? He ambushed the man. He tracked him down. He hunted them down. He did it for a reason. Obviously, he did it. He had papers on healthcare found in his bag and shit. And they like, I don't want to answer that question. Okay, so in any case, so let's get an easier victim to talk about. Okay, the Muslim guy from Afghanistan who everyone hates because he's a Muslim and because he's a Asian. Okay, boo, you're guilty no matter what.
Foreign national interest has.
You're not a human. You're not a human. You're a terrorist. Nothing bad happened in your day. Trump throwing out other Afghanistan people to their death. That don't bother him. Suck it up.
The right to revoke that privilege. Thank you. Gabe.
Excuse me, regarding Venezuela, the president.
I mean, you see, they will it. They like, fuck it. They gonna give Luciani a pass and shit. Okay, let me ask another question. do you support the guy shooting the healthcare professional because the price of healthcare is too fucking much in the United States of America? Everybody, MAGA people too. One in the chat, or two. One, if you think healthcare is too high and you identify with that, if that's what his motive was, although it's wrong to kill, if you identify with his motive, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. Okay? How about that one? I personally, again, this is odd because for me, I'm like, damn, if he did it to highlight the healthcare costs, damn, I kind of, if he did it because all of a sudden his insurance company didn't cover him after he's been paying, I might empathize with that a little bit, actually. I don't know if I would call him a terrorist, and like I said, in the United States of America, with guns everywhere, people bug out all the fucking time. The postman got fired. He ran. He left home. He left and went home. He thought about it and was like, damn, I'm going to lose my house. My kids won't have a place to live. He lost his motherfucking mind and went back and shot up a bunch of people in the post office. It's happening all the time. Somebody got scared about I don't know, whatever the reasons are, they going to schools and killing people. I mean, what the fuck is going on with American citizens? I mean, you really have to ask the question, and you really do have to ask, who do you empathize with? Yeah, you got to ask people, did you empathize with Timothy McVeigh? Who empathized with Timothy McVeigh from MAGA? Put a 1 in the chat if you're a MAGA supporter and you empathize with Timothy McVeigh. He said, you shouldn't be going around taking gun rights away from Americans. And he was defending Waco, Texas. David Koresh was sleeping with little girls. Okay. Yeah. And then Timothy McVeigh saw that, and then he went and blew up the Oklahoma building. Do you empathize with that? Put a 1 in the chat if you empathize with that and you're a MAGA supporter. Or are you against that? If you're against it and you're a MAGA supporter, put a 2 in the chat. Any data coming from any MAGA people? Any 2s from any MAGA people? Yeah, no. That's exactly what I thought. Okay. Here we got one. Thank you for being brave enough. Some of these, it's like, come on, how hard is it? Damn, how hard is it? Damn, thank you. Hurting innocent people is wrong. Why is that so complicated? It's for people to get. I don't understand that. I said the guy, no matter how much you empathize, doesn't mean you believe he should do it. I don't believe that Luigi dude should have killed this man. Maybe beat his ass. I don't know. No, but no, I'm joking. But kill? Come on, man. You're gonna go to jail, and you're gonna spend the rest of your life in jail, and your family's gonna be hurt too. The guy who killed Charlie Kirk. I understand it, but damn, like, don't do that. It's very clear in my mind. I'm a Democrat, and I'm saying don't do that. If you disagree with the guy, you don't have to kill him, man. You don't have to risk your life. You're harming your life. You're harming your family's life if you go out there and you do something like that. That's what you're doing. You're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. So how could that be good? You know what I'm saying? There's other ways to deal with these morons. There's other ways. Look. I mean, think of this in context. Luigi, right? He killed this guy, but people are having the cost. Look at how the voters are responding to the Republican Party, to the big, beautiful bill, and their health care prices going up. Voters are pissed off. See, they would have been pissed off anyway, Luigi, just to let you know. The Afghanistan guy, that's a difficult situation because there wasn't a lot of news coverage on Afghans being thrown out of the U.S. since Trump has been in office. There's not a lot of legacy media news coverage. So I think legacy media, Fox News, CNN, all of them, they kind of dropped the ball with that because it is serious. Like, the reason why they were left in is because it's a known fact that they would be murdered. They would be killed if you left them in Afghanistan. And the reason is because they fought against the Taliban. And that's what the Taliban was doing to their enemies. Very simple. Okay, so it's not wrong to want to leave. It's not wrong to want to spare your wife being raped by the Taliban and murdered. It's not wrong. That's understandable. And to be sent back, that could hurt. That could cause a lot of mental stress. Okay? That could cause a lot of anxiety. That could make a person crack. Just to let you know, in case you haven't gotten to that point. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm saying you should take things into account. You should think that far ahead. If your head is screwed on right, you should be able to see and understand that could likely lead to something like that.
Said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, that reported second strike on an alleged drug vote on September 2nd, the Secretary said to the President that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike.
All right, here we go. We getting into the real juicy part. This is Hegseth now. This is where I wanted to get into because we're going to segue off into some of the facts about Hegseth. So here, let me just pull that back a little bit. By the way, click the like button, y'all, in case you haven't. I haven't looked at the likes or anything or the data yet on the stream. But do me a favor, click the like button. If you're listening, I know a lot of people like to just sit back and listen and not participate in the chat. But take a second to, get your remote on your TV, click the like button. Take a second to pause the stream, on your phone, on your mobile phone, and click the like button, and then proceed and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. All right, let's go. It's going to be a good day. It's already, I got like an hour or so more to go, and then I'll be back with a private stream later on today. Yeah, let's go.
Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, that reported second strike on an alleged drug vote on September 2nd. The Secretary said to the President that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add
Okay, so you could see right there, she says threat, So is the threat eliminated? When I guess that's where the technical question comes up. That's the heart of this, the gist of the entire issue. What constitutes the threat being eliminated? Is it death? Is it only death? Is that what the U.S. military is supposed to, respond to? So in other words, is there a situation where an enemy combatant, not to say that they're an enemy combatant, by the way, because I don't believe that. These petty ass fishers and petty ass mules are not fucking, these are not enemy combatants. They're drug dealers. Just like drug dealers in the United States are not enemy combatants. You see what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? Really? Come on. It's a threat. Drugs is the threat. Drug addiction is a threat. Illegal drugs is a threat. Enemy combatant? Nah. These people are not professing to that. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. But so even if now this is an enemy combatant, are there instances where enemy combatants are no longer threats that the U.S. government recognizes? Or are they only not a threat when they're dead? Is that the only thing? Threat, alive, non-threat when they're dead. So, can they hold up a white flag? Can they put down their weapon? Are they a threat when they have a weapon in their hand or when they don't have a weapon in their hand? When are they not a threat? And so it makes me wonder. It just makes me wonder. Hold on. Somebody said, look at this. Somebody in the chat said you can't see it because it got blocked, but they're lying. They said you just said you agree with Charlie Kirk. So who just said? Who are you talking to, Joseph? Joseph, you said some of these chats are being blocked. Oh yeah, he said. Yeah, he must be talking to me. I'm writing this on every single video. I didn't say that. You know, everybody knows that you're lying. What I said is that if the person went down there and shot Charlie Kirk, if his reasoning was that he was pissed off that Charlie Kirk was preaching hate, I could imagine a lot of people felt that way about Charlie Kirk. But I also said that killing him was wrong. You don't have to deal with a fool like that, because now your life is destroyed because you're going to jail for the rest of your life. And actually, I've talked about this topic many times. I see you don't really listen to my videos, Joseph. I've said many times, this is not how you deal with a person. I even said this Italian guy, you shouldn't shoot and kill the CEO executive, even if I do agree that the healthcare industry and ripping people off like that is wrong. Yeah, that's what I said. I can identify with him being pissed off about that. And the Afghani man, if his motive was that his family members or other Afghanis that risked their life fighting with the U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan against terrorists, if his motive was now that they're in the United States and Trump is kicking them out, sending them back to their death, I could identify with that. Although shooting the National Guard members is not right. That's not how you want to deal with it. There's a lot of ways to deal with it. And other people need to understand this. It may not be fast enough, though. It may not be fast enough because, as you can see, the U.S. Congress and the U.S. Senate doesn't pass much in terms of laws. You could see they're not even mobilizing to pass a law regarding this death. That's not the approach this administration is taking. So, Joseph, kindly, sir, fuck off. Okay? And matter of fact, I'm going to just go and block your ass right now because you're just a piece of shit up here lying about people. You can't even be honest. You can disagree. And I have I respect that disagreeing, but flat out lying is bullshit, man. We grown-ups here. I'm 55 years old. I'm not here to waste time with nobody. Okay? I'm not here to waste time. I spend the amount of time I'm here, and I want to actually have real conversations with people. I'm not interested in talking to people that are just full of shit and bullshitting 100% and willing to lie. Okay? You don't like my channel? Fuck you. Get lost. Anybody else want me to block you? You think if you think, first of all, put a 1 in the chat if you think that I'm justifying, that I agree that Charlie Kirk's shooter should have shot and killed him. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's what I said, so I can just go ahead and block your ass right now. I already blocked Joseph. Okay, so you agree with that? So let me just block your dumb ass. Boom, hide this user because that's a lie. Anything else? Anybody else? Because I already clearly stated I don't. So, very simple. I don't care if you Republican or Democrat. Just keep it real. Okay? I don't mind people disagreeing with me, but you're not going to lie about these particular things. Okay? Because I actually said that's wrong to kill him. And you're a piece of shit if you go out there and tell somebody else that that's what I said. Okay? And on top of it, fuck you. Because you need to stand up for other Americans doing what I'm doing, but be honest. I don't have to fucking agree with you for you to tell the fucking truth. Okay? Tell the truth about my disagreements, but don't lie about me. That's bullshit. I'm not lying about you. Okay? You motherfuckers actually go out there and raise snakes for real and call it Christianity. I'm not making that up. You on video doing that, okay? What the fuck? And you all vote. George Washington was against the United States being a Christian nation. Okay. I'm not lying about that. That's fucking true. Okay. You know what I'm saying? God damn.
One more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing.
Anyway,
and under
the point is, what makes an enemy combatant? And when does an enemy combatant cease to be an enemy combatant? Like, at what point can you just, so do you have to kill him when he has no weapon in his hand? Is that what you have to do? Should the U.S. military be killing unarmed people? I mean, that's the whole point. Yes or no? Should the U.S. military be killing unarmed people? Put a 1 in the chat if you're against the U.S. military killing unarmed people. It doesn't matter what party you with. Put a 1 in the chat if you're against the United States military killing unarmed people. Because I am. I'm against that. I think you need to at least, and I mean by armed, a bomb or something, show something that you are actually about to attack with. Okay. Something of imminent threat. Okay. And I just think it's very simple. I don't have to agree with you or like what you're doing, but how I deal with it speaks a lot about me. And it speaks a lot for how I want my own citizens to be treated. You see what I mean? I don't want American citizens to travel abroad, to be out there fishing, and then somebody just blow their motherfucking boat up and then no evidence, and then just say they were selling guns to us. They were transporting guns to South America. They were transporting guns to Central America. I don't want somebody doing that to American citizens on boats, little ass boats. They can't even make it to South America. This is what they're setting up. This is the argument that they're making. They're saying it's legal. And when they say it's legal, they're saying it's legal for anybody to do. To anyone.
Previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference.
Fentanyl, huh? Yeah. You care about where fentanyl is being made? Let's see here. Let's just be clear about this. Who makes fentanyl and where does it come from? Because Caroline Leavitt seems to think without any evidence that they are bringing fentanyl over, in those little small boats, you see. It's really, really interesting. Let me see here. Now, who is making this? Where is it made? God damn it. Where is it made? Maybe China doesn't produce all of it. Is China producing all of it? Okay. It says it's made in different places. Main legal manufactured countries. Look at this. This is some motherfucking bullshit. Look at this, y'all. I mean, damn, you learn something every day. I didn't know this. I didn't know this at all. I actually thought it was China. Main legal manufacturing countries of fentanyl: United States, Belgium, where fentanyl was originally developed, Germany, the Netherlands, India, Japan. Okay. Companies that make legal fentanyl: Johnson & Johnson, Mylan Viatris, Teva, Malin Croct, Acorn. It's certified to be made. Illegal street fentanyl, where is it actually produced? Okay. This is what they know of. The vast majority of fentanyl involved in overdoses does not come from pharmaceutical companies. It is made illegally. Where illegal fentanyl is made today: Mexico, main source of finished product. Okay, so what does that got to do with Venezuela? Most finished fentanyl powder and counterfeit pills that enter the U.S. are are produced in clandestine labs in Mexico, primarily controlled by Sinaloa cartel, Jalisco New Generation cartel. Damn, that's a fancy name. New Generation. That sounds real American, yo. What the hell? Damn. Okay, so the final synthesis step usually happens in Mexico. Okay, so that's the final step. China, main source of chemicals. Okay, so China is the main supplier of the precursor chemicals, NPP, 4-ANPP, and other fentanyl precursors. Okay, that's what it is. Some illegal fentanyl is directly manufactured in China and shipped overseas, but since 2019, China cracked down on direct fentanyl exports. Now they mainly ship precursors. Okay. India, growing chemical source. India is increasing supplier of precursor chemicals and sometimes finished fentanyl destined for international markets. Simple summary. Okay, legal fentanyl, USA. Okay, let me see something here. Who is the leading supplier in legal fentanyl? Let me see here. I presume they're saying Mexico is really where the fentanyl production is, and then the precursors is China. All right, and India, is that what they're saying? But who knows? Who knows? Because damn, anytime you got look at this, the leading supplier of legal pharmaceutical grade fentanyl worldwide is Janssen Pharmaceuticals, a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson. So to me, I'd be a little cautious here. I'd want to do more research here on this topic, because obviously you could see there's a lot to this fentanyl conversation than the media and the White House seems to be willing to engage in. But since they're killing people this way and bringing back no evidence of fentanyl, cocaine, drugs, or really much of anything, they haven't produced anything. They haven't released any information to Congress or i.e. the American public on this outside of rhetoric. I think it's wise to be cautious about much of what people hear and believe on this topic right here of fentanyl, But in any case, she's rambling. You can hear her. She's like rambling. She went from fentanyl to fucking, where did she go to? Did she go to Mexico? Hold on. Let me hear this again.
These narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man.
Right. So she did jump over to fentanyl from cocaine, because obviously Venezuela is not doing fentanyl. So this is an answer to why they're shooting. Oh, you guys couldn't see that, by the way. Let me take this off. This is an answer to why they're shooting boats in outside of Venezuela. She connected fentanyl to that. So, yeah.
Woman and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was
Okay.
well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question, the president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said if someone sells drugs in that
somebody said, I have a question for you, V. Bennett. Who is that? That's you done goofed. Whatever. Oh shit. Okay. So let me just read this question. I almost missed this question, and if I don't see your question, it's because it's not highlighted. If you don't mind, you can put maybe like a 99 cent or one of these gifts or whatever, so I can see the post or answer the question, because the chat is moving pretty fast sometimes. And I'm also not looking at the chat all the time. So when you highlight it, I'll be able to go back and see it, But You Done Goof says, I have a question. If it's immoral for American military to shoot unarmed people, was it wrong for SEAL Team 6 to kill bin Laden? Well, did I say it's immoral? I'm just saying, I wouldn't use, here's my question. Do you want U.S. military shooting, killing people that are not armed? Is that what you want them doing? This is very simple. Doesn't matter if they're enemy combatant or not. Once they do not have a weapon, do you want the U.S. military shooting them? And do you want the same to be done for American citizens? It's just that simple. This is how it will play out. If the U.S. publicly goes out there and argues that this is okay, then other people are going to say, yeah, but when we shot your military people that were unarmed, right? You said it was okay. So these are real conversations we got to take up. Now, whether bin Laden was unarmed or not, listen, why would bin Laden be unarmed? Why would he be unarmed? Was he unarmed? If he was unarmed, according to SEAL 6, I would say no, you shouldn't have killed him. I would. Straight up. I would say you should capture him, bring him back to the United States of America to bring him to justice. That's what I would say. Very, very simple. I could see you didn't. Somebody, he the same guy wrote, that's not the answer to the question. Okay, well, it is my answer. You should listen longer. Okay, I wasn't finished answering. You missed the last part. You know what I'm saying? The last part is that, yeah, if he's unarmed and they shot him, you don't have to call it moral or immoral. It's just simple. If they shot bin Laden dead and he was unarmed, yeah, I think that's not right. Was it on purpose? If it was on purpose, I don't think that's right. I think they should have brought him back if he was unarmed. And now if it's an accident, that's another thing. Right. But obviously people in that house had weapons, because they were shooting a whole lot, according to the accounts, a lot of shooting was going on. So having said that, but I don't see why killing people is the smart thing to do if they're unarmed. I think capture is what you want to do when you're dealing with anybody. Why? Because then you can bring them back. You can try them for their crimes and you can talk to them before and after about their motives. And you have a chance to learn more from them. Killing Osama bin Laden doesn't give you the opportunity to learn more about his network. Once he's dead, you can't ask him. So I would always go for capture. And immoral, moral, yeah, those are good questions to ask. But should you do it? Is it smart? Is another question to ask. And if you ask me, I would say it's not smart unless it's an accident.
Country that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration?
Oh, hold on. Let's hear that question again.
The president, who was a convicted drug trafficker.
Oh, right. This is you see that, right? Convicted drug trafficker. Now they're going to ask him about that. Since you fighting drugs, she claimed all this shit about fentanyl. She started off in Venezuela, then she got all the way over to fentanyl somewhere else. Venezuela has nothing to do with. And here's the question.
The president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro of?
You're cherry picking the president's statement a little bit yesterday, as he also said yesterday the people of Honduras have highlighted to him how the former president Hernandez was set up. This was a clear Biden over prosecution. He was the president of this country. He was in the opposition party. He was opposed to the values of the previous administration, and they charged him because he was president of Honduras. There were some other egregious facts that came out during this trial, and I would encourage you to report on them. His court-appointed lawyer was only given 3 weeks to prepare for trial. He shared that his conviction was lawfare by the leftist party, who, quote, struck a deal with the Biden-Harris administration. Hernandez has highlighted there was virtually no independent evidence presented, and many of his conviction was based on testimony from many admitted criminals who hoped that cooperating would reduce their own penalties. So the president heard the concerns from many people, as he does, and he's, of course, within his constitutional authority to sign clemency for whomever he deems worthy of that. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Following up on Gabe's question, you said that the follow-up strike was lawful.
Yeah, the same person asked a question. You know, he said he deleted his comment because of my answer. No, my answer is very clear. It's simple. It's a question, first of all, about when you kill people, you don't have the right to ask them questions later. So, do the American people have the right to ask them questions later if they're unarmed? Yeah. And I would choose that anytime. Anytime. That would be my option. That would be the clever thing to do. Right now, now he's flipping from Afghanistan to now the person is flipping from Osama bin Laden's capture to drone strikes. I mean, you know, when is it going to stop? You apply the same theory to drone strikes. What the fuck? I'm not for innocent people, unarmed people being killed at any time. What is the problem with that answer? You don't get the answer? You don't get the answer. Who is this that just doesn't seem to be able to use? You done goofed. Don't you get the point? From me, it doesn't matter who's doing it. Republican, Democrat, independent, gay, straight, married, single, black, white, straight hair, curly hair, kinky hair, rich, poor. Doing that is not the best option. It's not wise for numerous reasons. It's not good for many reasons. Am I justifying it for anybody? No. I'm not justifying it for anybody. And I'm also not justifying it for these people involved in shooting these boats off of Venezuela. What's so hard to understand about that? Now, if it's an accident, if someone innocent who's unarmed is killed on accident, that also happens. But is that what Trump is claiming here? Is he claiming that these people were killed on accident? No, that's not what he's claiming. Do you get the point here? He's saying killing unarmed people on purpose is okay. Do you see the point here? Do you see the point? Don't get away from the problem. You traveling way too far just to have a conversation about this topic. You see what I mean? It's very simple. Don't confuse yourself.
What law is it that allows no survivors?
The strike conducted on September 2nd was conducted in self-defense to protect Americans in vital United States interests. The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
On this pardon.
The law of armed conflict. You see, every state is a clue. Every statement is a clue. The law of armed conflict. Okay, is that the law of armed conflict? They're still not saying, you know, they're not addressing the issue. Were the people armed or not? Armed conflict tells you what it is. If they're unarmed, then what the fuck is the conflict? Why are you engaging them that way if they're unarmed? That's the whole point. So she's stating evidence here. She's claiming that the United States government is making the claim that they were armed. That's what she's doing. But were they armed? Were they armed? Where were the weapons? That's the question. Where were the weapons? Is there evidence of the weapons? No evidence of any weapon. Is that right or wrong? Should there be evidence? Is there video of them weapons, of having weapons? Where's the evidence? Did they go to the bottom of the ocean and gather the guns to see if they had weapons? What's going on here? No, they're not even claiming that they had weapons. But Caroline Leavitt, when she says armed, that's what she's implying. You know,
For the Honduran president.
Americans in vital United States interests. The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
Armed conflict. Okay, let's see here. Let's be very clear. also for myself, although I'm not an idiot, so I could guess what this means, but I want to be thorough here. What do you have to be armed to? Do you have to be armed when falling into the law of armed conflict, according to if you are unarmed. Okay, let me see here. Okay. What falls under the law of armed conflict, right? Also called international humanitarian law. Let me bring this up on the screen real quick for people that want to see what I'm reading here. Okay. Falls under the law of armed conflict, LOAC. Okay. Also called the International Humanitarian Law, IHL. Okay. And whether being armed matters, let's break it down. Who falls under LOAC, IHL? Under both an international law, Geneva Conventions, right? Because this is what she's quoting here, by the way. See, she's quoting now. She's also alluding to the United States must follow the Geneva Convention. When she's citing, this is what they're following here. This is another admission. You see what I mean? Geneva Convention. So you can just go directly to Geneva Convention, right? I.e., LOAC applies during armed conflicts. It applies to combatants, members of armed forces, and civilians who take direct part in hostilities. It also governs the treatment of persons or the combat out of the fight, okay? Such as prisoners of war, POWs, or wounded soldiers. Key point. You need not need to be armed at the moment to fall under LOAC protections, right? It falls for everybody, obviously, these protections, but now they're going to explain what's lawful and what isn't. LOAC applies to people based on their status or role, not just whether they are currently carrying a weapon, right? Combatant member of armed forces, right? Usually armed, okay? Entitled to POW protections if captured, can be targeted while fighting, right? Here we go. So, usually armed, civilian directly participating, may be armed, can be targeted while participating, but loses protection during that period, right? So, here we go. Civilian directly participating in hostilities. Okay. So what is directly participating in hostilities? Is it clinging onto a boat for your life? You tell me. Okay. Unarmed combatant or surrendering soldier. Unarmed, still protected, right? So these laws still apply to you. That means that you're not to be attacked. Wounded, captured, surrendering cannot be attacked. So under this law, the law that she's citing, still protected. Your life is protected based on this law. Captured, surrendering, or wounded. So the guy was clinging onto the side of the ship. Was he wounded? Was he, what was he? Was he captured? Was he surrendering? Was he wounded after the blast, after the rocket attack? Was it a rocket attack even? If it was, that's expensive as hell, man. Rocket attacks for this shit. Civilians not participating. Okay, so being on that boat, they would say they were participating somewhat. Okay, but civilians cannot be, they can't be. So there you have it. And this also answers the drone strike, right? Right? You shouldn't be targeting innocent civilians, unarmed civilians, and non-participants, right? So there you have it. It doesn't have to be about me personally. We can have a conversation where we really want to engage what's going on and not just make it personal. Because when you make it personal, it almost sounds like you just don't really want to have a conversation anyway. You know what I mean? So now we can pull out of that. I think that's enough. we got enough questions there, to kind of to answer that question. You know what I mean? What we're looking in terms of what we're looking for. We want to know, should the dude have been shot and killed hanging on for his life on the side of the boat, and what that constitutes to the U.S. military in Venezuela? Is that still someone that needs to be killed, or can they be captured at that point? And what do you do? What's your definition? Well, I mean, they need to be made to speak about this themselves openly. What was going on, and why did you do it? Is the answer all American citizens are owed. Is your tax dollars that pays for this military machine. It's a socialist machine. It's paid for 100% by the taxpayers. So we are all entitled to the answer. And having a congressional hearing on it is responsible. Although I would think it shouldn't be dragged out. You know what I'm saying? Like, why does it take long to get to the answer to this? Goddamn. Don't you know what you're doing? When you know what you're doing, it shouldn't take long to explain what you're fucking doing and what you did. Especially if you were there active in it. So let's hear some more. I mean, they pardoned the dude. They pardoned the guy for selling drugs, man. 400 tons.
Was conducted in self-defense to protect Americans in vital United States interests. The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
On this pardon for the Honduran president, does it at all undercut the administration's messaging while you have these congressional Republicans defending the strikes on the narco-terrorists and then a pardon for a convicted drug trafficker? Does that make it more difficult for your members to defend your administration's policy?
I don't think so, Jackie. I think that President Trump has been quite clear in his defense of the United States homeland to stop these illegal narcotics from coming to our borders, whether that's by land or by sea. And he's also made it quite clear that he wants to correct the wrongs of the weaponized Justice Department under the previous administration. And Ouija, I'll call on you because I think we're wearing matching blazers today.
I was going to
Great minds.
yours. Thank you, Caroline. Sure. So just to be clear, to clarify on Jackie and Gabe, did Admiral Bradley order that second strike because there were still survivors after the initial strike?
Again, as I read for you, Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law. He directed the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat of narco-terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
So was the initial order from Secretary Hegseth, everyone be killed, and did that come from President Trump?
I saw that quoted in a Washington Post story. I would reject that the Secretary of War ever said that. However, the president has made it quite clear that if narco-terrorists, again, are trafficking illegal drugs towards the United States, he has the authority to kill them. And that's what this administration.
Wow. You know what? East Pell. Am I saying that right? East Pell, this wrong. I can't even say it, but I'll just say East Pell. East Pell. Yo, it's literally by definition a war crime, no matter if it was drugs or not. Exactly. To me, it sounds like a war crime. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Now, we didn't read the legal definition under the Geneva Convention because obviously they have their own wording. But we read the interpretation, the basic interpretation, the obvious interpretation, right? And it's very simple. Like these issues this is not the first time this issue has come up. We've revisited this. I'm 55 years old. This has been revisited under many wars. Okay. Afghanistan, Iraq. It's being revisited in wars that the United States doesn't participate in Ukraine. It's being revisited everywhere in the world. In every military conflict, this is the question. What happens when a person is unarmed? What are you supposed to do? What is the law? What's the international law say? That's the only conversation going on here. International law, meaning the laws that the United States of America and others have signed on to an agreement of. Let me see something here. Yeah. So, of course, the only place you're really going to come to a definition is when you get the witnesses. The witnesses' actual testimonies on what happened. That's the only way you're really going to know 100%. But what it looks like to all other people that know international law is when a person is hanging on for their life in a boat that has just been hit, does not have a weapon in their hand anywhere visible, that how do you come to a reasoning without further evidence that they are still an enemy, that they are still a threat? If you don't have the evidence yourself, what should you do? If you don't have evidence that they're a threat, then what's the obvious answer? The obvious answer is you capture them. You don't kill them. That's the obvious answer. So the public has not seen any other evidence that would lead to anything else, and the United States has not released. The military has not released any other information for anyone else to see it any other way, including Congress. They haven't released it to Congress. They haven't released it to the Senate, right? They haven't, so what the fuck? What do you expect us to think? Shit, you want us to not think it was illegal? Then give us some motherfucking proof. God damn. How hard could it be? Let me see here. Spell it for short is fine. Okay, yeah, spelled for short. Okay. There we go. I got you. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Yo, click the like button, y'all. By the way, do me a favor. Click the like button if you like the stream. If you've been here for more than 10 minutes, click the like button, goddamn. There's something you like about it. Maybe you just like disagreeing. Well, welcome. Come and disagree all you like, but be real. Help other people be a part of the conversation like you too. If you want. If you want. Subscribe to the folks that are really liking it. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much. By the way, I'm a U.S. citizen. I live overseas. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. But I was raised in Washington, D.C., and I came overseas, started traveling. When in my 20s, I was traveling. But I moved overseas pretty much later in my 30s, right? And but both sides of my family comes from the colonial period of the United States. So just to give you some qualifiers, and today I'm doing a private stream, y'all, only for members. And that stream is only about things people might want to know. It's about the U.S. and Denmark and the differences in the tax system, differences in the society, things like that, or the similarities, right? Because there's a lot of similarities too. Yeah, and that's just for the private members, the people that are members of my page. And I'm doing that 10 minutes after this stream comes to an end. So that's good. So that will be, early morning. Or you let me know. So what time should I do that stream? You let me know. How many hours should it be from now? Should it be right after, 10 minutes after, or should it be a couple of hours later? Let me know. I'm going to follow up on that. But let's go back to this nonsense that she's talking about, Let's see here.
The president has made it quite clear that if narco-terrorists, again, are trafficking illegal drugs towards the United States, he has the authority to kill them. And that's what this administration is doing.
And can I
Danny?
follow up on the MRI, because President Trump yesterday said that he would release the results of his MRI. Is that happening right now?
It is happening.
Yeah, big up to y'all that already liked the stream when you came in. That also helps. I appreciate that.
As part of, and this is a summary from the president's physician, and we will release it right now. I think my team has it teed up for all of you. I'll read it for you, and then you'll get it physically as well. As part of President Trump's comprehensive executive physical, advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular.
I heard that. Hegseth, he alluded to, like, he made it sound like it wasn't his call. It's just the general's call. Why don't you ask him? Stop asking me. It wasn't me. Whatever happened to, I stand behind the generals. Whatever happened to, he's the motherfucker who is the civilian head. He's supposed to tell us what his opinion is anyway. So is he trying to say, Pete Hegseth, or is he trying to say that he doesn't know really what happened? I stand behind the generals. Is that saying you don't really know what happened? Because you got to know what happened to stand behind them. So why don't you just tell people what the hell happened? Let us know what we want to know. We only need to know if a person that was still a threat was killed or not. And we need to know what that constitutes. And they just want to talk all. So look, if this goes to a congressional hearing, guess whose fault it is? Pete Hegseth. Because they don't want to just tell you right out. Guess whose fault it is? Military. Because they don't want to just give you the evidence, the motherfucking tape, tell you what their conversation was. Just spit it out, man. Spit it out. And stop telling people to not leak information. We want the leaked information too. We want everyone who speaks their mind to be protected from everyone. We want an environment where it's okay for our military to speak their mind and not feel like they're under threat. Not lose their job if they speak their mind. Right? Shouldn't that be welcomed also? Or do we want, we want everybody shutting up, keep quiet, don't say anything. Say anything but what people want to know. Goddamn, they want to know if we just just killed an unarmed man, killed a person that was hanging on for their life. We want to know, is it true, the rumors? Kill them all? Were the rumors true? Is that true? Now he's like, I stand behind the general. Okay. But what did you say to the general?
And abdominal health. The purpose.
Anyway, they're taking too long. Look, we're going to have to come back. The media is doing good, so let's just get into the gist. We're going to refer back to this video, Caroline Levitt, as we go ahead with the rest of this shit, because it is bonkers. It's very bonkers. Let me see something. Let me put this. Did I save this? Hold on. Let me put this in the Let me save this bad boy real quick. Save. I'm pretty sure it's there. Yeah, it's saved, right? Yeah, boom. So let me go back because we need to get into what some of the talking heads, in media feel about this this display of power and Pete Hegseth and everybody else. And then we're going to refer back when we need to, when they start talking about the abdominal and Trump's MRI. Like, why get a MRI and not even get your head checked, man? I don't get that one. I'm really losing it. I mean, it's like everyone wants to know about his fucking head and he don't even get that checked. I mean, wow, that's amazing. I don't get it myself, but I think it sounds like hiding to me, if you want to ask me. Everybody knows they've been talking about his age and his head and how he walks and blah, blah, blah. And they were like, nah, we got his abdominal checked. That's what we want to know. Like, damn, what do you eat? Too many hamburgers or something? Why do they need his abdominal checked is what I'm saying. Oh, hold on for a second. Two seconds. I'm having a little computer glitch.
Good afternoon,
all right,
everybody.
Stop it, Caroline.
I apologize for my tardiness. We had some technical difficulties, as you could see, but I think
there we go. Okay, so we got that one. Now,
allowed these individuals.
Stop, Caroline. Stop talking. All right, here we go. So let's see what everybody else is saying about this situation. All right.
If you're tired of failing prop firm challenges.
Can y'all see this? Okay, it's playing. Here we go. Let's get over it.
This morning, bipartisan fallout over the Trump administration's escalating military campaign in the Caribbean. The Washington Post reports after U.S. forces carried out a strike in September on a suspected drug boat that left 2 survivors struggling in the water, a second strike was carried out to kill them. This was allegedly done to comply with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's initial orders to kill all passengers on the boat. Now lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say Hegseth may have violated international law.
This rises to the level of a war crime if it's true.
When people want to surrender, you don't kill them, and they have to pose an imminent threat. It's hard to believe that 2 people on a raft trying to survive would pose an imminent threat.
Hegseth defending his orders, saying the intent is to stop lethal drugs.
Okay, so that's what it's defined as, imminent threat, right? That must be, they're quoting ICC. I'm gonna look that. I mean, not ICE, the Geneva Convention. So I'm gonna look that up in a second. But already you can see Caroline Levitt's conversation don't sound nothing like this. I mean, this is very detailed. They're using specific language. She went from talking about boats and when asked the question about Hegseth, she went from talking about boats outside of Venezuela to talking about fentanyl, like straight up, like magically just. I don't know how she even did that. Like, she didn't say nothing like this. She didn't say, was it legal according to the Geneva Convention laws? Yes. She didn't say that. She said everything else. Everything. She didn't say they posed an imminent threat to the United States or to our soldiers. She didn't say that. She said
destroy
everything
narco
else.
boats. Death to
Look at this.
Rise.
Hegseth's initial to kill them. This was allegedly done to comply with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's initial orders to kill all passengers on the boat. Now lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say Hegseth may have violated international law.
This rises to the level of a war crime if it's true.
When people want to surrender, you don't kill them, and they have to pose an imminent threat. It's hard to believe that two people on a raft trying to survive would pose an imminent threat.
Hegseth defending his orders, saying the intent is to stop lethal drugs, destroy narco boats, and kill the narco terrorists who are poisoning the American people. Biden coddled terrorists, we kill them. President Trump responding to the report.
I'm going to find out about it, but Pete said he did not order the death of those two men.
Some experts argue even if Hegseth did not order that second strike, it may still be a violation of the laws of war. It comes as President Trump escalates his threats against Venezuela, warning all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Venezuela calling that warning a...
Okay, so actually, imminent threat is not the Geneva Convention. It's the U.S.'s own laws. Okay, so how this goes is you have the international law, and then in each country where it might concern, where you might have issues that concern international law, you're supposed to implement your own laws, right? That reflect that, right? Because the particulars could be a little tricky there, you know? So, but in this case, this is the LOAC, and that's the U.S. own laws on engagement. The U.S. military in legal context, imminent threat often guides the use of force, self-defense, targeting decisions outside of traditional battlefields, counterterrorism, drone strikes, right? So somebody asked about drone strikes. Then that same person was asking about Osama bin Laden. And then, so this is how these things connect. So your answer should be the same. Notice how my answer was the same. I don't give a damn what the circumstances is. If a person is unarmed or doesn't pose imminent threat, then you should not kill them. It's better to capture them, bring them in, communicate with them, and lock them up, prosecute them, and learn more about their contacts and network, reasoning, motives, all of that. Okay? You have time to do that the rest of their life when you capture them. When you kill them, you surrender all of those things. More information. Yeah, reflection, motives, anything. You destroy all of that when you kill them. So, yeah. So, example, the U.S. Department, and I'm glad I blocked that person. You know what I'm saying? Because you obviously that's what I've been saying very clearly. And you have some people that think they can just bullshit everybody here in the chat. It's like, don't be using my chat for some disinformation network. Don't be using my page for some bullshit argument that you have. Like, don't do that. Let's have a real conversation, but we have to listen and hear each other and be honest when we communicate with each other. Be honest. Okay? So, for people that don't understand, I don't believe in killing people that are unarmed. I don't believe in killing people that are not an imminent threat. Okay? Do you understand that now? Regardless of what it is. Even myself. I'm not justifying. Now, I can understand how somebody would be pissed off and might be drawn to it. Yeah, I can. Certain circumstances, which is why guns shouldn't be every fucking where. You see what I mean? But I would always advise a person, don't waste your life on a loser. Don't waste your life on a loser. Killing is not the last thing you could do too. Life can be a motherfucker also. You could help create some bad luck for somebody. Sometimes living can be hard. You know what I'm saying? But damn, I'm not throwing long story short, I'm not going to jail for that. I ain't going to jail for that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, that's my advice. Okay. Now, obviously, these are situations people are going to fucking jail. The guy who shot the 2 National Guardsmen, you're going to jail. Lucio shot the what is it? The healthcare executive. I might identify with why he might be pissed off at him extremely and even enraged. Shooting him, killing. No, I don't agree with that. But, hey, that happened. And then you have this situation. Should these people be killed when they're unarmed? Should they be killed or should they be captured? It's very simple to understand. The U.S. Department of Defense Law or War Manual 2020. This is their war manual. To imminent threat, mostly in the context of self-defense and necessity for targeting individuals who pose immediate danger. So this is to help you understand who you can kill and who you can't. So when it's time to kill somebody, you can get it done fast. Understanding the difference. Okay, key distinctions. Geneva Convention, IHL, protects persons and regulates conduct of hostilities regardless of threat framing. Okay, so they don't use that framing imminent threat. Okay, but they have other things that they focus on that come to the similar conclusion. All right, and that the U.S.'s own law is derived from, by the way. Imminent threat doctrine, a concept in domestic law, military rules of engagement, and counterterrorism. It's not a requirement under the conventions. Okay, so there you have it. Is that good? Is that bad? Is it good to say, hey, it's not a requirement under the Geneva Convention, but under our law, fuck our law too? Is that what you want to say? You see what I mean? Okay. Geneva Conventions, no mention of imminent threat. The U.S. NATO rules imminent threat in targeting self-defense decisions, but these are not separate. So let me see here. 2 seconds. What constitutes imminent threat according to our laws? Let me see here. What constitutes imminent threat according to our laws? Okay, let me just pull this up real quick so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Boom. Okay, here we go. Under the U.S. law and military doctrine, imminent threat is a legal and operational concept used to justify the use of force. So legal. It's a legal framework. It's the law. An operational concept. So it's 2 things. Not just the operational concepts, but the law used to justify the use of force in defense. It is not a precise formula in statute, but is interpreted in guidance from the Department of Defense. So it's not a precise formula. So I don't know. Okay, that seems, how's it law then? I'm not understanding that one. But Department of Defense, DOD, the U.S. Constitution, and case law. Here's the detailed breakdown. General definition. Imminent threat is a situation in which an individual or group poses an immediate risk of unlawful use of force against U.S. persons, interests, or allies, such as an action. There you have it, y'all. Such that action must be taken before the threat materializes. So, everybody should now understand what that is. Okay? Right? It goes on to say key elements: immediate danger. The threat is not speculative or distant. Okay? So you should be able to look at it and say, yeah, that's a threat. I got to take that out. Necessity of action. Waiting would likely result in harm. Right? So if waiting 2 more minutes, would it have resulted in harm? What about if you waited an hour? Would it have resulted in more harm? What about if you waited a day? What about if you waited until the person just froze to death and didn't have the power to hold on to the boat? What if you did that? Okay. Proportionately, any defense action must match the level of the threat. Damn, that's pretty damn definitive right there. That's pretty definitive. That is pretty definitive. Okay. Proportionality. Any defense action must match the level of the threat. That sounds like guilty to me. That sounds like guilty. If you ask me, that sounds like guilt. I don't know if some of y'all didn't miss this last 2 minutes right here. Maybe the stream is a little late because I'm reading the chat here. I'm seeing the chat. Maybe the stream is a little late. Maybe y'all didn't get the part of match the force threat proportionality. Let me take my screen off again and go through this one more time. Just because maybe it is slow. Right? Imminent threat is situation in which an individual or group poses an immediate risk of unlawful use of force against U.S. persons, interests, or allies, such that action must be taken before the threat materializes. So you have to assess the situation, whether what you're looking at is an imminent threat before you take any decision. Key elements in coming to this conclusion that there is an imminent threat, which you must take before you take action. These are the things you need to look at. Is this an immediate danger? The threat is not speculative or distant, meaning immediate danger means if I don't act right now, someone's going to die. Someone's going to be harmed. Necessity of action, waiting would likely result in harm. So if you waited, in this case, to shoot these people hanging on to the side of the boat, if you waited, harm would come to you, would likely come to you if you waited another minute. Proportionality. Any defensive action must match the level of the threat. So if they're hanging on the side of a boat, you must do the same thing as a defense. You must hang on the side of a boat. But you don't shoot a damn rocket. You know, where does it say that shooting a damn rocket is a proportionate response? I mean, like, how to somebody hanging on the side of a boat for their life? You know what? I think you know what? I think in proportionality to defense, in matching the level of the threat, I think I'm going to shoot a rocket because he's hanging on the side of a boat for his life. The proper response would be kill him. Wow. That is deep. That is very deep. And so, you know, any reasonable person, this is not about Democrats or Republicans. This is about reasonable people who come over here. Everybody that likes my page and supports the conversation is not a Democrat or Republican. And we don't always agree or disagree based on those grounds, Democrat or Republican or independent or, you know, American or non-American. That's not what's going on over here. Okay. So, you know, we're a little stronger than that. Right. You know, so we acknowledge other things too. Okay. That could be qualifiers in good conversation and complete conversation, by the way. So, in any case, that's what it is. Now, I don't see how a proportionate response to a dude hanging on the side of a boat after having a rocket hurled at their ass means time for another rocket. I don't get it. I don't get that.
Colonialist threat to its sovereignty.
Okay, but this is what is going on now after that happened, after the second bomb was hurled.
But if Hegseth did not order that second strike, it may still be a violation of the laws of war. It comes as President Trump escalates his threats against Venezuela, warning all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Venezuela calling that warning a colonialist threat to its sovereignty. Trump was asked whether his airspace comment means strikes against Venezuela are imminent.
Don't read anything into it.
Trump revealing he has spoken to Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, but not sharing details. Trump last night also speaking about a freeze on all asylum decisions in the U.S. after last week's shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C., allegedly by an Afghan national.
How long does your administration plan to
Wait
pause
a
and
second. So he didn't respond to, he's not telling people what the conversation was about? What the hell?
But not sharing details.
Hold on. That is weird. Like, I'm gonna tell you, that don't sound like a strong response. You know, not that it should be. I don't want Trump to do a goddamn thing. I want Trump now to just shut the fuck up and retire. Like, go into elder care, man. Accept that you've lived a long life and that you should spend the rest of it relaxing, kicking back, You know what I'm saying? Like, being the president of the United States is way too fucking hard, you know? And a lot of people said it about Biden, which is why they didn't vote for Biden, or at least that's what they say. That's one of the reasons. But yet here you have Trump in a similar or worse situation. And, you know, it's like, it's really weird. I mean, I don't get it. Here is the guy who's here, and he's claiming that he talked to the president of Venezuela. He just has been blowing up boats from Venezuela for the last month. And then he talks to the president, and he don't want to tell you what he talked about. I mean, that's weird. I think that's weird. You know, again, do the American people have the right to know what he talked about? Your tax dollars pay for him to be the president. You pay for the military. Or the equipment being used is paid by the taxpayer dollar, 100%. It's not a private business, you know. So the laws, the U.S. laws that we follow were paid for and constructed on behalf and by the American people because they are the voters. So it's their law that we're following. I don't get it. You know what I mean? It seems like somebody's turning in the, you know, the business of the American people, the society, which is not a company, into private business. That's what it seemed like to me.
Consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Venezuela calling that warning a colonialist threat to its sovereignty. Trump was asked whether his airspace comment means strikes against Venezuela are imminent.
Don't read anything into it.
Don't read anything into it.
Revealing he has spoken to Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, but not sharing details.
Don't read anything into it. And I talked to him, but I ain't going to give you no details. What the fuck? So nothing. It sounds like a man in a corner to me. Like, damn, dude, this is your own corner you made for yourself. Like, what the fuck? Nobody could tell you to do this. Everybody else was like, you sure you want to do this? And he was like, hell yeah, I'm going to do this. Fuck that. Yeehaw.
Trump last night also speaking about a freeze on all the asylum decisions in the U.S. after last week's shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C., allegedly by an Afghan national.
How long does your administration plan to pause asylum into the U.S.?
I think a long time.
I think a long time. What a fucking answer. What an answer. Wow. I think a long time. Usually in Trump talk, that means short time. Exact opposite. You know, isn't that really what it means? Because it's not really a law. He's not going after a law. So that means not a long time, basically. Because if you going about something for a long time, according to the Constitution of the United States of America, you actually have to tell Congress to go into session and pass a law that makes it so. You only need one more vote in this Congress or Senate. You only need the simple majority, not a goddamn super majority, to get it done. Like, what the hell? What's going on here? Now, when it comes to funding and shit like that, the money part, yeah, you're going to need a super majority. So make sure your law makes some goddamn sense and think about the money that you're going to need to execute that law, okay? Whatever it is when you do that. But when it comes to the money, then they will have to go back and do this super majority shit. But look, he's just talking about keeping them out. That don't take a super majority. He's just like, for a long time. But okay, buddy, sure. And you're going to get a Doge check also, okay?
Can you give any?
And how long do you have to wait? Just 2 more weeks, all right?
We don't want them. We don't want those people. We have enough problems. We don't want those people.
The Trump administration granted the suspect asylum in April. He was allowed into the U.S. during the Biden administration and previously worked with the CIA. Sources say he was recently mourning the loss of a mentor while also dealing with financial stress, unable to work because of an expired work permit. The Associated Press reporting his mental health.
Oh, whoa. So is that what they're saying the motive is? Let's see it here.
To say he was recently. The Trump administration granted the suspect asylum in April. He was allowed.
The Trump administration granted him asylum? Is that right? Is that true? So it's their fault. basically, damn, they finally are just admitting it. Yeah, it was us who did it. It's us. We were the president. When was this? Hold on, let's see.
We don't want those people.
The Trump administration granted the suspect asylum in April.
That was in April. How many months is that? Let's see here. April to May, May to June, June to July, July to August, right? August to September, September to November, right? So that's 6 months after. So in other words, they ain't do shit for 6 months. And on top of that, doing shit for 6 months, they actually, I mean, not anything that would stop this, obviously, but they're the ones who actually who said, yeah, they could have refused them, and they didn't.
Was allowed into the U.S. during the Biden administration and previously worked with the CIA. Sources say he was recently mourning the loss of a mentor while also dealing with financial stress, unable to work because of an expired work permit. The Associated Press reporting his mental health had deteriorated. Police not yet revealing a possible motive. A vigil was held for Sarah Beckstrom.
Okay, so they still don't think that's the motive, though. They still don't think this possible work stress could have been the well, look, let's be honest. I think they admitted enough, because when you're inactive, when you are passing laws and when you're governing, you're supposed to govern for everybody, right? And so if you have people living in your country that are going to lose jobs just because you're not governing properly, how do you expect them to pay their bills? I mean, I don't get that. That's called bad governing, because you do have these people, and what do you expect them to do? Get on welfare? What do you want them to do if you passing laws that all of a sudden means they can't work? Is that good or bad?
Loss of a mentor while also dealing with financial stress, unable to work because of an expired work permit.
Okay, so unable to work due to an expired work permit. Sounds pretty much like they're getting closer to the motive. Even though they say after that, although they haven't come up with a motive. I mean, this is what I'm saying. You know, they maybe haven't come up with a motive because they ain't looking in the right places for a motive, you know. In any case.
The Associated Press reporting his mental health had deteriorated.
Yeah. Okay. So that
police not yet revealing a possible motive.
Right. And not yet revealing it, although it slipped out of the bag, sounds like to me.
A vigil was held for Sarah Beckstrom, the 20-year-old National Guard member who died.
All right, not to skip past that, but let me see. There's a few other things here. Let's see. Now, regarding this shooting, right? Regarding the Venezuela thing, not to go into this too fast, but because now it's going to slip into more about that, and we talked a lot about that. They all connect, by the way. All these things connect in some kind of way. They interconnect, but the response that Trump takes, because it is his administration, we're talking about things that happen in Trump's administration right now, right? So, yeah. So, and how he responds and how the administration responds, you know, is pretty much what we're talking about, because that would be the concern. Obviously, we can't go back and talk about, you know, we can't make everything about Biden or Kamala, because we're not talking about their reactions to the reality anymore, because they're not in office. We're talking about how Trump reacts to what's going on right now. And that's what you would elect somebody to do, right? So
I'm now joined by General Wesley Clark, former Supreme Allied Commander in Europe and a retired 4-star U.S. Army General. Sir, it's good to see you tonight.
Thank you.
Can you just piggyback on the conversation the congressman and I were having, sort of what he believes is going beyond the authority of an administration, of a Secretary of Defense, saying, making these types of decisions and not sort of giving the information to the rest of Congress?
Well, just to be clear, I was also the commander of U.S. Southern Command, so I'm very familiar with the region. And I can tell you, if I'd been given an order to sink a boat and kill all the survivors, I wouldn't have done it. I mean, that's
okay. So let's go back, because this guy has more experience than me. All right. I mean, I think he has a lot of experience than most people in the military. All right. So let's take another listen.
To be clear, I was
a retired 4-star.
He's a retired 4-star general.
by General Wesley Clark,
Okay, so General Wesley Clark. Let's see here. How many years has Wesley Clark served in the USA military? Let's see here. Right. Let's see. Okay, so he served. Clark served in the United States Army from 1966. So this man has served in the military longer than I've been alive. I'm 55 years old. So he has served 59 years, right? Oh, no, because he retired. When did he retire? He served 38 years. Right, that's what they say. He's retired. So he served in the military, right, 38 years. Or is that it? Or is it 34 years? Okay, but in either case, he retired in 2000, so it's not current. So I was about to say, damn, that's a long ass time, right? How old is he? But then again, Trump ass is old as fuck, and he's the president. And look, those numbers would work perfectly fine with him, right? You know, if he was involved in government service for that long, you know what I'm saying, or civil service for that long, which he's not. So, but in any case, this guy has more experience than myself and most people, you know, most vets, right? So let's listen to what he got to say now.
former Supreme Allied Commander in Europe and a retired four-star U.S. Army General. Sir, it's good to see you tonight.
Thank you.
Can you just piggyback on the conversation the congressman and I were having, sort of what he believes is going beyond the authority of an administration, of a Secretary of Defense, saying, making these types of decisions and not sort of giving the information to the rest of Congress?
Well, just to be clear, I was also the commander of U.S. Southern Command, so I'm very familiar with the region. And I can tell you, if I'd been given an order to sink a boat and kill all the survivors, I wouldn't have done it. I mean, that's a patently illegal order.
So he's saying that's a patently illegal order. He was also the head of this very region himself, militarily, as a military leader, as a general, right? That was his post, the head of that southern region, right? So let me, and he says that's patently, what did he say? What's the term? He said patently what?
And I can tell you, if I'd been given an order to sink a boat and kill all the survivors, I wouldn't have done it. I mean,
he says he wouldn't have done it if he was given that order.
That's a patently illegal order.
And he says that's a patently illegal order. That's what he says. So, yeah, that's not sounding too good. Now, let me qualify this one other thing. Which presidents has he served under? Let's see here. All right, so it says that he served under. Let me pull this up too. Actually, maybe some of y'all want to see this. It says he served under Lyndon B. Johnson. Right, Clark began his service under Lyndon B. Johnson, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and who else did it say? It says, okay, hold on. Are they? Which presidents and Democrat? Let me see. Which presidents were Republican and Democrat? Okay, so Lyndon B. Johnson was a Democrat. Richard Nixon was a Republican. Gerald Ford, who came after him, was a Republican. Jimmy Carter was a Democrat. Okay, so far only two Democrats. After Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan was a Republican. After Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush was a Republican, and Bill Clinton was a Democrat. So he served under, let me see here, 3 Democrats and 4 Republicans, right? Isn't that what that's looking like? 1, 2, 3 Democrats, 1, 2, 3, 4 Republicans. Right. So just to make it clear, so most of his time serving has been under Republican, actually. And I even believe a few of these served twice now. So that also would make the years relevant as well, right? So let's continue.
Order. And you don't have to get into the law very far to see that. Every serviceman knows you don't shoot a captured enemy, you don't kill wounded enemy, and so forth if they're no threat to you. And so that's just prima facie. As to whether this actually happened or not, I think Congress should take a look at it. But I assume that people who were on the inside were sufficiently disturbed by the incident that's why the information is out there.
Yeah, interesting to think that potentially is the reason why those leaks came out and they were willing to speak to the Washington Post. Now, President.
Right. So, that's interesting also regarding the leaks. The leaks come from people around him, people that were on the ship or people that were around Hegseth when he gave these orders, right? People that were in proximity to the top decision makers, right? Actively engaged in that moment. So, so that's also interesting, but in any case, it sounds here like until you get others to come out and that have as much experience as this guy does, right? This guy had 34, how many years is this? 34 years, 30 between, or maybe 30. Some people say 38 years, right? Experience in the military. So in my mind, I'm just talking about rationally. I'm not saying that time equals quality, but sometimes it does, right? And sometimes, I mean, look, and sometimes it doesn't. But you can't argue the fact about him serving this amount of time. And you can't argue about the fact of him actually being the head of that area at that time, at some point in time. You can't argue about that. That's also a fact, right? And you would have to acknowledge those things in your communication, whatever your dialogue is about it. You have to acknowledge facts now. And these are facts you would want to do. Even if you disagree with him, you would want to communicate that to others in your disagreement, like to be reasonable. Like, for example, I would say, although I disagree with him, I have to acknowledge the fact that he does have this amount of experience in this type of job in this particular region. So that qualifies what he's saying versus me. I don't have that amount of time and I don't have, and also not in that particular region. You see what I'm saying? And somebody said the U.S. didn't have drug problems back then. What are you talking about, man? Who the hell? Where are these people coming from? How old are you? Let me ask this. Somebody said, yeah, well, General, this is John Strange. Yeah, John Strange, how old are you? What's your age, John Strange? I'm just curious. Yo, where's John Strange at? John Strange, how old are you, man? I'm just curious. John Strange's not answering. Exactly. Somebody said, yo, who's this psycho word said probably 12. Yeah, because I'm like, didn't you just look, man, if you don't know nothing. Nixon ran on this, you jackass. That was like in the 60s, man. Nixon was running on the war on drugs. Nixon might have started the damn war on drugs. You know what I'm saying? What do you think, Reagan? Wasn't Reagan fighting the war on drugs? What the fuck? This dude is crazy, man. Like, what the hell? What did he think? What is he talking? I mean, come on, man. What the hell? Yo, man, I'm sorry, but stop the trolling, man. I keep telling you, come real at least. Please come real. Just come real. I can respect you disagreeing, but damn. Like, don't try to bombard people with fucking illusions and fucking no, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry, but shit that is just, means you either are trolling or you have a very low brain capacity or you just fucking don't know what you're talking about. Okay? It's okay to learn shit too. It's okay. All right? For anybody. Okay? And I learn stuff when I'm sometimes on here researching this shit. I find out that I don't know. Nothing wrong with that. Okay? I think the problem is when you're a person that doesn't know how to accept finding out shit you didn't know and adjusting. I think that's really where the problem is. I've been finding out shit I didn't know for a long time. You know what I'm saying? It did. But you change. A normal person changes in their life. They don't just say, no. I'm just not going to learn my fucking lesson ever. I'm not going to change. If you can't do that this is like, yeah, somebody said Republicans. Yeah, that's ice pill. Yeah, so the Republicans scared of change, man.
Trump
scared of learning shit. Scared of learning stuff, man. That ain't gonna help.
Airspace over Venezuela should be viewed as closed. Previously saying the United States military will take action on land, quote, very soon.
Yeah, it is a simp to a party.
So walk us through what that might look like. Would it be bombers or drones? And what are the president's options at this time?
It could be strikes on suspected, let's say, drug warehouses. It could be an effort to snatch President Maduro and bring him to the United States and put
Russian troll club. You know what I'm saying? And the good part about this is that we get to learn from these comments too when they are like that. I seen this person, he just disappeared out of nowhere. Like, damn, you had to go to work? What the fuck? Had to go back to the troll farm and report back to duty? Report back to your commandant and shit? Like, goddamn, comrade. Comrade, they found out who I am, comrade. Fuck, oh shit.
Put him on trial.
All right, hold on. Look, hold on. I'm gonna put the camera on 2 seconds. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. 2 seconds. I got to take a second pause here for a second. I'm just going to turn the music on 2 seconds. I need to go get my coffee straight, my latte. So let me put on a little low music. You guys chat it up. Y'all chat it up all you want for a second, okay? And I'm going to throw a little music on 2 seconds. I'm gonna be right back, all right? 2 seconds. Because this is going to go on for another hour, obviously, I can see. So let me get my latte straight, all right? I'll be right back.
See a whack MC when he mustn't, but I just back away real cool, no fussing. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. The people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far. But evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin. But then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. So listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Benny, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony to the bony. Won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Employ me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas. Go figure, here's the card. They call me Uncle Vigor. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I'll be the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relax behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole conception was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics, yes, atomic. It bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the robotic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? But still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in a prairie. I scurry to grab my balls and just scurry.
So yeah, I'm back now. Let me see here. All right, y'all. I appreciate that little pause. You know, I had to get my coffee going on. You know what I'm saying? And I'm enjoying my morning. So actually, it's getting late, but I'm gonna follow the vibes and the energy right now. But let's complete this now. Now that I got my little latte together, got it warmed up and everything, let's hear further from the retired General Wesley Clark, who served 38 years, something like that, in the U.S. military. He was actually he was the head of command over the same region we are talking about, Venezuela, right? And as you know, just to give some history, the United States has had issues with Venezuela, political issues. I would say political. I don't like this aspect of military. I think that's a political problem. Like, I think our politics, we need to be concerned about how our politics enables people, you know, well, it pushes, I believe, in some part, we should be cautious that we don't push nations like Maduro's nation, Venezuela, into the arms of Russia, because they don't want to be controlled by Russia. They don't want to be controlled by China. But when we annex them and cut them off, not annex them, but when we cut them off from relations with us, in some way, we are pushing them there. You see what I mean? So we should think about that. Is that are our policies policies that benefit us? What our agenda should be in the United States of America? You know, so I think there's room for thought there. But let's listen a little more to what he's saying here. Let's see here.
For supporting narco trafficking, it could be, let's say, drug warehouses. It could be an effort to snatch President Maduro and bring him to the United States.
Okay, so he's talking about what the possible ideas of the Trump administration could be when and if they decide to take action, military action.
And what are the president's options at this time?
You know, it could be strikes on suspected, let's say, drug warehouses. It could be an effort to snatch President Maduro and bring him to the United States and put him on trial for supporting narco trafficking. It could be an effort to quell violence in the event that the woman who won the Nobel Prize, who should have been elected president but wasn't allowed to compete, calls for public demonstrations against Maduro, and there's violence. The United States could use this as the pretext for going in. This is what we did in Libya, for example. So there are different scenarios here that could be looked at. I'm surprised that President Trump doesn't really lean on Maduro and just tell him to leave and give him some money. You know, in 2002, apparently.
And that's exactly, you know, I mean, there's a lot of options there. Listen, you know, there's already another party in Venezuela that said that he hasn't been following that he's been tampering with the elections, essentially, right? So you got to keep in mind that there's half of the population, right, are people you don't want to harm, right? So whatever you do, you got to think about what the reaction is going to be if you're thinking about the people of Venezuela, right? And Trump claims to care about the other party, right? And that would mean the other people, right, in Venezuela, and how you do things, right? And I just don't see myself how this is going to benefit, because I believe they project Maduro as being bigger than he is. You know what I'm saying? Instead of really look quantitatively, right, at what he is quantitatively, and look at Venezuela quantitatively, what they are. How much oil do they have? That's one quantifying thing you could look at, and people love to look at that first. How many people? What are the differences in the political parties? How many parties? That's quantitative also. Is it more than one party? What is the religious background? How many different religious groups? How big are they? How many Muslims? How many Jews? How many Christians? How many others? Right? The population, if you want to look at that data, and maybe it doesn't matter at all, but, and other things too. What else do they have to offer? Now, I'm going to tell you, Venezuela is the neighbor of Colombia. Colombia is number 2 in biodiversity on Earth. So Venezuela can't be that, there's other things in Venezuela, and what I'm saying, outside of oil. So what goes on in Venezuela is going to affect other people directly and indirectly, and, but another thing, how much is he worth? How much is this guy really worth? How much is he worth? What, versus what the United States, how much does their government have versus the finances the U.S. government has? If you're willing to send military down there, then you're obviously willing to spend money, billions, right? Right. But if you just gave this dude $500 million to get the fuck out of power, would he do it? Have you asked those questions? Might be a good question to ask, because I think Gaddafi probably had a lot more money than him. You see what I mean? Regardless of, where it may have been, where he may have put it. But I mean, is Maduro an Islamic terrorist? So they couldn't say he was an Islamic terrorist. So that won't justify it in that way, right? They could use that with talking about Gaddafi maybe in some way, but they can't use that talking about Maduro. He hasn't done anything to the United States. This is not even a 1960s or 70s things with, there's no conversation like that. This guy has pretty much not done a whole lot of revolution. You could say, what I'm saying? He's not the same guy as Chavez, right? That's pretty clear, right? And I'm not saying whether you disagree or agree with Chavez, he's not the same guy. He's not as antagonizing. And not to say that you can't be. You can antagonize. That's not attacking. Antagonizing is one thing. Attacking is another. You see what I mean? So I'm just curious about this.
Apparently, we offered Saddam Hussein $2 billion if he would evacuate.
You hear that?
Lean on Maduro and just tell him to leave and give him some money. In 2002, apparently we offered Saddam Hussein $2 billion if he would evacuate, get out of Iraq, rather than having us invade. He didn't take it.
Yeah. Don't you think Maduro, is that a possibility? Does Maduro want his life? Would he like to have a great life with a couple $1 billion? Or would he like to have a war? You tell me. Would he, is it worth it to him? Did they offer that to him? Maybe that's what Trump offered to him. They say Trump don't want to tell people what the conversation was that they had, him and Maduro. Maybe that was the conversation.
Reported because he was afraid that he'd be assassinated somewhere else anyway. But Maduro shouldn't have that threat. He can go back to Russia where they like him a lot. Or maybe another South American country.
Maybe another South American country. If I was a South American, I wouldn't be. Well, $2 billion is a lot of money to bring to a country these days. You know what I'm saying? Look, everybody don't have a couple of $1 billion on Earth. You bring your money. What problems do you bring too? You might want to, set some rules on that billionaire before accepting them to come to your country with all that money. I'm sure there would be some rules. You got to put it in the Venezuelan bank, buddy. Put it in the Venezuelan bank. Put it in the Brazilian bank. Put it in the Colombian bank. Put it in any bank. Let the state own that money. But there is corruption and there is stuff like that you got to think about. So
there are some alternatives here that I hope we'll see before there's any Marines landed in Caracas.
That's an interesting idea. Speaking of illegal orders, which you just brought up, I want to quickly talk about what's happening with Senator Mark Kelly. He's one of the 6 Democrats that posted that video calling for service members to disobey any illegal orders. We'll quickly play a clip of that.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders,
you can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
So the senator is a retired
Trump, he said these people should go up for treason, for saying that.
Navy captain. The Pentagon now even considering court-martial proceedings for him. Do you think that they have legal grounds for that?
I don't think so. By my reading of it, he's a member of the United States Congress. He is entitled to say whatever he wants.
Yeah, members of, a lot of people don't know that, but members of the Congress are. That you cannot, there's nothing you could say about their statements. I mean, you could impeach them. I think you could do that. That's basically what you could do. You can sanction them, but you can't try them. And there's a reason why that is, because their job literally is speaking for the people, their constituents. That's their job. And that's the reason why it's done that way, to not hinder it. Now, whether that would be, obviously a reasonable person would know that there are some, you can be impeached. You can be sanctioned. So why would you want to be impeached, and why would you want to be sanctioned for saying things that are that irate, that outrageous, right? Right. You see what I mean? So there are some guidelines there.
Regardless of whether he's retired military or not. So I don't think there's any basis for it. But I will say this. Many people are concerned about what seems to be the politicization of the armed forces. The armed forces are very proud that we serve every commander-in-chief, that we aren't political, we don't go to rallies. There's a law called the Hatch Act that actually was put in place to make sure the armed forces and the U.S. government serve all constituencies equally,
Exactly.
politicians equally. And that law is under some challenge right now by the president, and in particular, as it applies to the military. A lot of the things he says to the troops seem overtly political. Gets a lot of people nervous because there will be a Democratic president again at some point, and we had a Democratic president in the past. People were loyal up the chain of command to President Biden. President Trump didn't like him. Okay, that's politics. But let's keep the military out of that.
Thank you for watching.
Exactly.
Subscribe below and download.
Yeah, keep the military out of that. Yeah, that would be a good idea, but that's not what they're doing. The Hatch Act is something they seem to violate constantly. I don't even think the Trump administration knows what the Hatch Act is. You know what I mean? And even if they do know that they're aware that there is a law that forbids them from, they will argue that, no, that's not what we're doing. They will argue it completely different from how it's been practiced in the past, how it's been argued in the past. They will make up a different argumentation that they want to now set a precedent for in the Supreme Court. That's basically what they do. They don't they don't say, let's do it the way everybody else used to do it. They say that's the wrong way. Let's see here.
First item on the docket, allegedly.
Okay, so this is Jeffries, and I want to see Jeffries, what he has to say, because I know a lot of Republicans, MAGA people, hate him. They were laughing at Jeffries because Trump was making these pics, these AI pictures of putting a sombrero on him after him and Schumer had the meeting, which Trump didn't want publicized. He didn't want Trump didn't want the meeting between him and Jeffries on TV, right? And that was very, very interesting. I don't know what he would be scared of, but that's what he chose. And then he released some AI footages of Jeffries, with a sombrero. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, because, listen, a lot of Americans wear sombreros. What does that mean? A lot of Americans, speak Spanish. What does that mean? Historically. What is it from the beginning of the country? What does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, I don't know what it's supposed to mean. I would like to know what he means, because Jeffries is an African American and he speaks English, and his lineage, as far as I know, is basically from the U.S., an English speaking part of the U.S., New York City. They speak English in New York. I mean, they were when early on, at least, right? George Washington, isn't he from New York? I mean, or was he stationed there or something? I mean, I know he took his army from there down to I haven't looked back on George Washington in terms of his New York life, but I believe he is. There's a spot where he was actually stationed at But where's George Washington from New York? Let me look that up. But in any case, he's talking about Jeffries. And what the hell does Jeffries, what does a sombrero have to do with Jeffries? But his MAGA base was totally loving it because they got to focus on that and not ask any real questions like, why was the meeting kept secret? Wouldn't it be great to know what he said? What he said? Maybe Jeffries said something else he doesn't want people to know, his MAGA supporters to know.
Is healthcare, but their return may be overshadowed by Trump's reaction to the shooting of 2 National Guard troops in D.C. this week. With the administration halting all asylum decisions and visas for Afghan individuals, Trump spent part of the weekend this holiday ranting about Democrats and immigrant communities. And for 6 Democrats, they returned to Capitol Hill in the wake of Trump's FBI requesting interviews with them after they told the military they could refuse to carry out unlawful orders. Trump has called their behavior seditious, which he has said is, quote, punishable by death. Here to discuss it all and much more is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thank you for coming on this holiday weekend. I want to get into, before we get into all...
Punishable by death. Now, just think about that. We're having a conversation about whether this man in the water hanging onto the side of the boat should have been shot, should have been killed once he was hanging on the side of the boat after he survived the first attack, right? Missile strike. He's a survivor now, obviously, right? We're talking about, should he have been shot and killed a second time? And then while you're in the middle of the debate, then you find out that the president thinks just regular people should be shot and killed. Like, what the fuck? Just U.S. citizens, listen to this. This is crazy. This is crazy. Congressional members. This dude is literally arguing that they should be put to death. Like, what the hell? So you're not going to get any reasonable answer from Caroline Levin on this shit, from Trump on this shit, because listen to this shit
Democrats
right
and
here.
immigrant communities. And for 6 Democrats, they returned to Capitol Hill in the wake of Trump's FBI requesting interviews with them after they told the military they could refuse to carry out unlawful orders. Trump has called their behavior seditious, which he has said is, quote, punishable by death. Here to discuss it all and much more is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thank you for coming on this holiday weekend. I want to get into, before we get into all of the things that you guys are going to do when you get back here, I want to read a Trump post.
Look at this. Let's see it again. What did Trump say about their post, about their comments? These are congressional members.
The shooting of 2 National Guard troops in D.C. this week. With the administration halting all asylum decisions and visas for Afghan individuals, Trump spent part of the weekend this holiday ranting about Democrats and immigrant communities. And for 6 Democrats, they returned to Capitol
6 Democrats, congressional
Hill in the wake of Trump.
Look, they returned to Capitol Hill. That means they're representatives of their constituents in different states, American citizens. Now, you have to be an American citizen to get on this level, right? So,
immigrant communities. And for 6 Democrats,
this is the federal government we're talking about.
They returned to Capitol Hill in the wake of Trump's FBI requesting interviews with them after they told the military they could refuse to carry out unlawful orders.
Okay, so after these 6 members, right, of the House told people, the military members, that they can refuse unlawful orders,
Trump has called their behavior seditious.
Trump has called their behavior seditious,
which he has said is, quote, punishable by death.
And he said what they are saying is punishable by death. Now, if Trump thinks this is punishable by death or should be punishable, I mean, the mere fact that he would say it's punishable by death means he's okay with that. You know, he thinks that's with a statement that's within reason. So if this is the bar that's being set, then basically everybody else should just be killed anyway. You see what I mean? Like, because this is just freedom of speech. And he's saying for utilizing freedom of speech as a House member, which is guaranteed, any speech is guaranteed. It's guaranteed. He's saying, I mean, this type of speech, they didn't go after anybody's race. They didn't go after, it wasn't hate speech. And even that's pretty much not even the issue when it comes to this level of speech, because their main job is to actually speak for their constituents. This guy, if you want to have a conversation about the survivor on the boat, you see what I mean? And should they be killed? Of course, in their mind, they should all be killed. Of course, because they don't even think these people have the right to even speak. If you don't even think that a person has the right to speak without the risk of death, legal death, being sentenced to death legally, then why would you care about anybody else's fucking rights? Why would you care? Why would you care about anybody else's being killed? Why would you even care if these military 2 National Guard members were killed, if that's the case? Why would you care? You don't stand up for them when it comes to speech. As an American citizen. Yeah, exactly. And you stand up for Charlie Kirk, and then you say that these people can't say that? You put down the flag to half-mast when Charlie Kirk was killed, but when these 2 got shot, you didn't put the flag down? Okay.
Here to discuss it all and much more is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thank you for coming on this holiday weekend. I want to get into, before we get into all of the things that you guys are going to do when you get back here, I want to read a Trump post about him denaturalizing, in his word, migrants. This is from Thursday. He posts that he wants to denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or in his words, non-compatible with Western civilization. What is your reaction to the President of the United States using this kind of language, especially the non-compatible with Western civilization?
For the first time in 13 years, I'm opening the doors to my
Well, good morning, Eugene. Great to be with you. He continues to rant and rave in very unhinged ways, and I think the American people are sick and tired of it. What we want is a president who shows leadership, who brings people together, who addresses the problems that the American people want addressed, first and foremost, driving down the high cost of living, as opposed to constantly having meltdowns on social media, which is exactly what he did. And I believe that post was on Thanksgiving of all days. Now, listen. We support a strong border. We support the notion that we need to fix our broken immigration system, but we should do it in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. We also are going to continue to stand by law-abiding immigrant communities, stand by our farmers, stand by our farm workers, and stand by our dreamers at the same time.
Leader Jeffries, Congress comes back into session tomorrow, both the House and the Senate. And the big thing that should be the first order of business is doing something about extending those Affordable Care Act subsidies. Doesn't seem like there's any appetite for it in the House, even though the President of the United States, even though President Trump has said he wants to do something. You've got 12 legislative days left in this calendar year to do something.
There's a lot that could have been done. Congress, Mike Johnson, he told Congress to stay out of session. It's basically him. He did it. Congress gets paid by the U.S. tax dollars. The shutdown that everyone experienced had nothing to do with shutting down Congress. They did that voluntarily themselves. Same thing with the Senate. That's why you saw the Senate doing shit when Mike Johnson's Congress didn't. Right now, now that they're back, they ain't doing shit. You see, and this is the thing. And you had, like I said, you had these 2 National Guardsmen shot. Now, don't get me wrong. It's okay to have different opinions. I think some of the opinions are not Democrat or Republican aren't really wrong. I don't have an issue with that. My issue is where the real problem is. You don't do shit about it when you have power. And so these people, they complain, these Republicans complain about all these National Guard members got shot, and they go to quoting Jesus Christ, the Bible, all kinds of shit, but they don't go to Congress, the part of the U.S. Congress, the citizen part of it, instead of the religious book. They could have went to the Constitution book and said, hey, why don't Congress pass a law? Why don't they use this momentum? Why don't they use this tragic event like you're supposed to do and say, let's sponsor some gun lobby shit. Let's say non-citizens shouldn't be able to possess weapons, firearms. What about that law? Why not do that? See, that's where I have the problem. This is where, this cultural thing, a lot of times is just another door into somebody's personal life, which you should avoid. Because I don't want to know what you motherfucking maggot people do in your personal life. I don't want to fucking know who you pray to. I don't want to know how you fucking change your underwear. I don't want to know how many times you take a fucking bath a week. I don't want to know if your sister smokes crack or fucking methamphetamines. I don't want to know if your daddy's a drunk. Okay? I don't want to know if you eat spaghetti at night. I don't want to fucking know if you eat bacon and goddamn whatever you eat. I don't want to know if you eat coconuts or avocados. I don't want to know if your daddy wears a dress. I don't fucking want to know. What I want to know is what is the fucking laws you're going to make people's lives fucking better. That's what I fucking want to know. I don't want to know if you have a fucking vagina or a dangling. I don't want to know if you had an abortion. I don't want to know if you slept with somebody last night. I don't want to know. I literally don't give a fuck. Just like I don't give a fuck what your religion is. Doesn't mean shit to me, because most of you people that claim it out loud, I'm not saying there's something wrong to doing it, but a lot of people that claim these religions out loud are total fucking hypocrites in their private life. Okay? Absolutely. So that's why I say leave your religion to yourself and leave it out of the conversation. But they are trying to use religion and shit like that to distract you in the political conversation, in the political world, But in any case, back to this dude, they claim it to get off of the inaction. The fact that they've been back in office, Congress, the government is not shut down anymore, and they miss opportunities to pass fucking bills. That should be your problem. And that should be your problem no matter if you're Republican or Democrat right now. That should be your problem. You pay these people to do a job, and the job is not to know what the fuck underwear they wear. That's not the job you paid them for. The job you paid them for is to not know if their sister had an abortion yesterday. That's not the job you paid them for. The job you paid them for is to literally pass laws right here, right now that make your life better. That's the only goddamn job they have. And you pay them every fucking second you pick up and do 1 second of work. That should be your problem. And that's the problem you're facing right now, because they ain't doing shit right now. And they got some more days left to say, fuck you, and then watch you suffer on Christmas time, because that's the plan. Let's stay. And this is what they said. Look, these guys, the Dems said that their plan is to stay out of session the rest of the year. That's what they said. When the government shutdown came and Mike Johnson sent people out of office, sent people to go home, the Democrats said, no, their real plan has nothing to do with the shutdown. The real plan is they don't plan on coming back to D.C. at all the rest of the year. They don't want to pass laws. That's what it is. They don't want to have talk about laws. They don't want to have debate on the public floor so the public can hear their reasoning behind any new law before it gets passed. They don't want that. They got their big, beautiful bill. They don't want anything else. That's what this is.
Confident are you that, one, something can't get done, and two, you've got 12 legislative days left in this calendar year to do something? How confident are you that, one, something can't get done, and two, that you and Leader Schumer in the Senate will meet with the president to get something done in 12 legislative days?
Well, you're absolutely right. The clock is ticking in terms of making sure that we extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits to prevent tens of millions of hardworking American taxpayers from experiencing dramatically increased health care premiums, copays, and deductibles. In some cases, those health insurance costs will increase by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. That is unsustainable, and we cannot have a situation where people will be unable to afford to go see a doctor here in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Now, Jonathan, as you asked, the interesting thing about this is that
you live in the richest country in the history of the world, in the history of humankind, in the history of the universe, known universe, right? Yeah. So you could disagree with that all you want. You could disagree if you find a reason to overlook what he says in your face. I feel sorry for you.
When, Donald Trump usually says to House Republicans, do something, when he tells them to jump, they just say how high. And he asked them to enact the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. They did it. He asked them to cut $186 billion from SNAP in the one big ugly bill, literally ripping food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. They did it. In that same one big ugly bill, he asked them to enact these massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors and make them permanent. They did it. But when Donald Trump floats a possible proposal to try to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, now they want to act like they're a separate and co-equal branch of government when it comes to actually helping the American people. It's extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. And somebody said the U.S. is $1 trillion in debt. Man, but you got to keep it within reason. Your GDP is 23, something like 24. I don't even, it might be higher now since the last time I checked. A year ago, it was $24 trillion. Okay, a year. The GDP typically rises $1 trillion a year in the U.S., regardless of who's in the party. That's what Biden meant by too big, right? To fail, right? And so you got to think about that. Now, the $1 trillion is politically induced $1 trillion, right? It is, because Republicans didn't have a problem with passing the big, beautiful, ugly bill. If they thought that the U.S. was $1 trillion out of debt in debt, then why would they pass the big, beautiful, ugly bill to give the richest tax breaks? Why do you do that? That's not conservative. Conservative would have been the opposite. If you believe that is a problem, if you believe money is a problem, and you ain't got no money for healthcare, you ain't got no money for education, ain't got no money for nothing. If you believe that, you wouldn't obviously give the rich a tax break unless you hate the poor and are doing it on purpose. Okay? But too big to fail means you can only fail if you have some dumb motherfuckers allowed to do whatever they want constantly. That's what that means. Okay? So hold on, let me get this back up. It's crazy, but yeah. I mean, some people go for that. But there was one other comment. I mean, don't get me wrong. You should worry about debt, but you need to have the conversation, and you need to have a real conversation about it, what it really means. Trillion. That's like saying, I lost one. You down one apple. You down. Well, how many apples do you have? If you have 1 billion fucking apples, then being down one apple ain't that bad. Okay. If you have 30 trillion apples a year, then 1 trillion apples, you could still work that out. That's, yeah. Especially if you believe you got fraud and abuse. But this administration has found very little fraud and abuse it wants to cut. Actually, it's done the opposite. It said, you know what? You need to cut healthcare because the debt is $1 trillion. We need to cut healthcare. We need to cut SNAP. And then you went ahead and said, but by the way, we're going to spend even more money. We're going to give more money away. How about that?
And so we need to find a handful of House Republicans to join us. We've got 212.
House Republicans, they're the majority. House Republicans are the majority right now in Congress. All they need is a simple majority. House Republicans are the majority in the Senate. All they need is a simple majority. They have the White House. They have the Supreme Court. They can do anything they want to help the American people at any goddamn time. They don't need one Democrat to do it. They don't need one Democrat to make it illegal for non-citizens to bear weapons. No excuse. They can do it right now if they agree. If they really want to crack down on non-citizens, if they got a problem with that, they can do something about it. The other thing is the health care. If they want to do something about the health care, come on. Where's your plan? What are you doing? But of course, the money, they would need Democrats if they want to change the money part of it, right? Isn't that what they would want to do? They would need the supermajority. Then they would need some Democrats. But what's really stopping that if they have a plan that works for everybody? Because it's not like people that need health care or are going to pay for more money for health care live in Democrat or Republican states. They live across the country, in different parts of the country, in different states, in different cities, some rural areas. There's not a racial component here. Most white people, white Americans, need this health care reform to be correct. They're going to pay more money now that you got the big, beautiful, ugly bill. More white people are affected by SNAP. It's just the facts. So this is not a Republican, Democrat. This is not a black or white issue. This is not a Muslim or Jew issue. This is not a Christian or atheist issue. This is not a citizen versus non-citizen issue. What do you want to do about it is the question. And you got 12 more days and you ain't even talking about nothing.
Democrats on a discharge petition.
No bill sponsored, nothing.
To force an up or down vote on a 3-year extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And we need just a few of my Republican colleagues to show some guts and show some courage and stand up for the people that they represent.
Leader Jeffries, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth verbally ordered a military strike on Venezuela that legal experts are saying is tantamount to murder. Are you going to call for Pete Hegseth's resignation?
He's an elected official. That's a great question. Why? You see what I mean? Again, same thing with the death of the death of these 2 guards people done by a non-citizen. It's a good question to ask. I would ask every representative: are you going to call for the banning of legal use or legal? What do they call that? Possession. Should guns be legal for non-citizens? They're not asking them that. They're not asking Republicans that. Fox News is not asking Republicans that in the wake of these 2 persons being shot by non-citizens in the country. They don't want to ask them. But now here's a Democrat representative who's being asked an actual question. This is a real question. Let's see here. Is it up?
Tantamount to
right.
A military strike on Venezuela that legal experts are saying is tantamount to murder. Are you going to call for Pete Hegseth's resignation?
Are you going to call for his resignation? Right? He's a Republican. Pete Hegseth, civil appointee by the Donald Trump administration to the Department of Defense. I was about to say Department of War, but it doesn't exist. Only in the play world. This dude playing around with Lego goddamn fighter jets and shit, talk about the Department of War. He just made up his own name. It's not Congress that makes up the name. It's not the people of the country that make up the name. What the fuck? What the hell? But in any case, at least he's being asked to do something. Are you going to do something about it? At least he's being asked.
Yeah, what's interesting is that I called for Pete Hegseth's resignation back in the spring. The guy is totally and woefully unqualified, the most unqualified so-called Secretary of Defense in American history. And so it's long past time that he's got to go. Now, the big challenge we have is, what is the justification for what many people rightfully believe are extrajudicial killings off the coast of South America? We've had a few classified briefings that I've been a part of, and I've seen no evidence to actually justify the strikes that are taking place. We need a full congressional briefing as well. And the administration, if they believe they have the authority to do this, if they believe these...
So look, let's keep it in perspective. The shooting of these National Guard members, they don't want to pass a law. MAGA people don't want to pass a law. They don't believe law is how you're going to make a change. So they're not calling for it. With this issue with the people being shot in the boats, or no, not shot, launched rockets, even just killed, right? Exterminated. That's the word. These people being exterminated, right, by the military on these fishing boats, right? They don't want to have a congressional anything about that. They don't want laws about it. They don't want to do their governance part. Nothing to do with government do the Republicans want to be a part of regarding these matters. That's 2 matters. 2 matters. They got 12 days. You see, it only took them 10 seconds to come up with, after Mondani was elected the mayor of New York, it took them 1 second to all of a sudden want to rebuke socialism in the in the Congress. What the fuck? They started talking about Mao Zedong and North Vietnam and shit. It's like, okay, what the fuck does this have to do with us right now? They got that done. That was a fast bill. You see what I mean? They got this once Grijalda, the representative from Arizona, got sworn in after a month. They got that bill done on Epstein. Like, that was immediate. Pow. Went through the Senate. Immediate. Pow. Instant action. What's up with the rest of this? They don't seem to be so happy about doing their job, and they're getting paid. You pay them 24 hours. You pay their ass. There's no law that said they can't wake up in the middle of the night and do some shit on behalf of the American people because that's their job and they get paid for it. So don't be afraid to wake them up.
These targets undermine America's national security, then they need to present that evidence. But we've seen nothing to date.
Should Democrats be drafting articles of impeachment against Hegseth right now?
Man, everybody, Republican, anyone with a brain, anybody with a brain in a post needs to be drafting article. Don't even make this to a Democrat or Republican thing. The guy is not healthy in the brain. In the brain. No matter what the physical examination says, he has mental problems one way or the other. He is not normal on a good day. And the mere fact that he's a fucking 34-time felon, best friend of the most prolific sex trafficker of minors in the history of the USA, aka blackmailer, which plenty of people have probably got their fucking, plenty of people are still getting their card pulled. See, I got this video of you all across the country. So many people and shit, just because they won't release these Epstein files and tell you who's in fucking involved. You see what I mean? Like, it's like, this is the do nothing party. They don't want to do nothing. They don't want to release the Epstein files. They paid to release the Epstein files. They ran on releasing the Epstein files. I mean, how many times did we have to say it? How many times? Kash Patel got his job because he said he would release. He said Trump should release the Epstein files on day one. Trump was like, who's this Kash Patel guy? Let's make him the director of FBI. Never heard of him before. He's a blogger like me. I mean, damn, give me the job, man. What the fuck? My family goes back to the colonial period. I didn't just immigrate to the U.S. They not even thinking about hiring my ass. They like, hire Kash Patel. What the fuck?
Is that something you're considering for this week ahead?
Well, I think the problem is we can't even get Republicans to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit. So
Biden didn't run on releasing the Epstein files. That's why somebody said, why didn't Biden do it? Because Biden didn't say he wanted it done. Why didn't Trump do it? Why didn't Trump do it? He's the president right now. Asking Biden, he can't do nothing about it now. But by the way, why didn't you ask Biden to do it? I mean, see, that's the funny thing about this. This is so stupid. Like, why didn't Biden do it? Because you didn't ask Biden to fucking do it, okay? Goddamn. You asked. And by the way, Biden was already prosecuted their ass Biden is the only person in jail is because of Biden. You know what I'm saying? This lady, he's like, why didn't Biden do it? What the fuck? Okay. Do you want Trump to do it? Apparently you don't want Trump to do it, do you? No, you don't.
The reality is that that type of accountability is not happening in this Congress with these people who continue to be nothing more than a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda.
Nah, some people, look, someone wrote because no one cared about it. Wrong. Plenty of Republicans, plenty of these MAGA people existed while Biden was in office. All of them was talking about Hillary Clinton drank blood on Epstein Island. All of them was talking about all this Epstein pedophile shit. They just didn't demand it. They didn't demand Biden release it. That's what it is. You see Democrats in the street with posters, release the Epstein files. That's what you see. You didn't see Republicans doing that when Biden was in office. You can't just say because, well, let's say no one cared. Yeah, you could say that, matter of fact, but you could also say Republicans didn't care. Because, see, sitting around on the internet, you know, claiming some bullshit, arguing about some conspiracy theories all day, that's not the same thing as going downtown to your congressional members in front of the Capitol and demanding it. That's not the same thing as going in front of the Supreme Court with signs demanding it. That's not the same thing as writing your representatives and demanding it. See, these MAGA people did everything in the conspiratorial realm, but they didn't do anything in the way you're fucking supposed to do it if you actually want some shit done. Stop. Get the fuck off the internet if you're not willing to write your congressional member and say release the files. Get the fuck off the internet if you're not willing to go up there in front of Congress and say release the files. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. And now you mad because Democrats do? That won't work. You can't blame Democrats for writing their congressional members and senators. You can't blame Democrats for protesting in front of the Capitol saying release the files. You can't blame the victims for doing the same thing. You can only blame yourself for not doing it when Biden was in office and you didn't do it. So why would Biden release it? Okay? Very simple. Okay? Now, the only thing that matters now is do you want them released? And do you agree with cutting out names that are not victims' names? That's the only thing that matters now. None of that other bullshit you say matters. Okay? Too late.
What we should be doing is making sure that there's a strong bipartisan investigation as it relates to what's happening under Pete Hegseth's.
Trump called MAGA stupid people for wanting the files released. Thank you, Sassy. Come on now.
So-called leadership. And that's been a challenge throughout the balance of this year. Moving.
Oh, what's up, 6 Cents? I see you. Good luck. Good morning to you.
There's some interest in the Senate amongst Republicans in scrutinizing the behavior of the Department of.
Yeah, it can't be a it's not. You should want everyone. I see that, Josh. I want everyone to connect. Exactly. Why does it got to do with Democrat or Republican or Biden or Trump? What about now? Does now matter? Whoever it is now. Can we give some now, right now? Release the files right now? I don't give a fuck who the president is right now. Can we do that? Can we get some stop redacting males, old ass men names right now? Can we get that action going on right now? Like, what the heck?
Of defense off the coast.
It's 12 more days. Congress is in a session. They got 12 more days. Senate got 12 more days. Something like that, right? So they could do whatever they want. They could pass another law and say, by the way, you better not redact any names. You cannot redact any names for any reasons other than the actual girls' victims or victims. You could do that law. How about that?
Of South America. So let's see what emerges in the House of Representatives.
Leader Jeffries, one of the things that I hear a lot, and I think maybe these two maybe as well, from immigration advocates, is that they wish that the Democratic Party was more vocally defensive and talked more optimistically about immigrants. We had Andrea Flores from who was on just a week ago saying something similar. And I'm curious, and I heard you talk about...
No matter who was in the files, the victims need justice. And also, no matter if you're Republican or Democrat, you should have affordable health care in the United States of America. especially on the federal level, citizen level, right? No matter who you are in the United States of America, you should have fair access, access to higher learning, higher education, no matter who you are, Republican or Democrat. You should. I'm voting for the party that believes all Americans should have that and that there's no excuse. Fuck all this waiting to figure out how and just make it the law. How about that? That you might get faster at figuring it out how when it's the fucking law already and you have to. Okay?
Dreamers and all of that. And that's why it popped into my head. So I'm curious, when you think about the balance of voters wanting, stronger borders, that immigration continues to be, maybe the one category that Donald Trump is not underwater on.
Look, somebody always is saying, he's saying that Republicans that want the files released right now, why do you care right now? He's just said, you just said you didn't care for 4 years. I mean, I didn't say I didn't care for years. I said people didn't act like that. I mean, it wasn't an issue. Did they go? If you wanted it released, I'm talking about you too. Always. Did you write your congressperson? What state you live in? What congressperson did you write? Did you go out in front of the Capitol and protest? So if you didn't, you mean you didn't. That's what you mean. You see what I mean? I'm not saying no people didn't. Did you? Okay, you see, Always doesn't want to say what state they're in. That's what Always doesn't want to do, right? Because then you would ask more questions like, Always, what did you do? Did you want them done? Always. You see, Always doesn't. Always don't have a state, doesn't live in a state, doesn't have a congressional member, doesn't have a senator. That's strange. Wonder what state that is. Any particular state? I mean, damn, that's really weird to not have a state. He said, I didn't care, but it doesn't matter because you're not telling the truth. Because if you did, you would have already said what state you live in and your representatives. Come on, man. Don't do stuff I didn't ask. Okay, that shows you don't something's not right with you. Okay.
How does the Democratic Party talk about immigrants as beneficial to society and immigration as
if you want to have an honest conversation, when the host asks you what state do you live in and who are your representatives, you answer it. Okay, if you want to have an honest conversation, don't do it later after I ask you 10 times.
A net plus to the American experiment.
Well, we want to continue to make clear as a country that hardworking immigrant families are an important part of the fabric of communities throughout America. I think it's actually one of the reasons why we've seen Donald Trump, even on immigration in the most recent Gallup poll, underwater. The American people are of the view that, of course, it is appropriate to deport violent felons, to deport people who present a safety risk to the American people. However, that's not what we've been seeing from this aggressive extremism that Donald Trump has unleashed through his immigration policies all across the country. They're not deporting violent felons by and large. They're deporting families. In some cases, they're actually deporting American citizen children or separating them from their parents. And the American people have zero interest in that. Now, we've got to continue to balance as we move forward these two principles of America as a nation anchored in the rule of law, and we have to continue to uphold that, but also a nation of immigrants, a gorgeous mosaic of people who have come to America from all throughout the world and have made us the envy of the world because of the dynamism that creates.
Speaker Jeffries, we're out of time, but I can't have you here without asking you about, speaking of polls, Marist poll out shows that if the midterm elections were held today, 55% said that they would vote for the Democratic candidate, 41% say they would vote for the Republican candidate. As with all polls, this is a snapshot in time, but there is a special election happening on Tuesday in Tennessee's 7th congressional district.
Okay, so that you can see this is behind, right? Yeah, this is behind. 2 seconds. Let me catch up, right? Because that election already happened. Right. That election already happened. I see you, Dennis Nielsen, DK. I see you. What's up? Edudanska? That's yeah. Now, Vordengard, good morning to the. Yo, let's see here. Let me go on because that was late. So let me see here. Let's get up in here. Let's
If you're tired of blowing,
let's see what Hegseth, how they flipped. It says he didn't give. The Hegseth is now saying he didn't give the kill order. What the fuck? This is just getting more complicated. This is getting more complicated. I don't get it. Like, did he give the order or not? See, now it's like, I didn't give the order. Before it was like, so what? The order was legal or not? And now it's like, he didn't give the order. So, okay. See, it always seems to change slowly, inch by inch. Every goddamn time. It's like they keep moving the goalposts. Yeah, I heard the Republican won in the Tennessee, even though it was closer than ever, right? Which is worth taking note of. I mean, listen, if more people voted Democrat, it doesn't mean they're Democrat. But if more people voted Democrat in the Tennessee election, that would be something you would want to acknowledge, right? Or is it something you would just want to cast out and just say it doesn't matter? Because if I was a political strategist, I would say even though you won that election, even if more Democrats came out and voted against Republicans or more people voted against Republicans, I, as a leader, would take note of that. I don't like sleeping on shit myself as a leader, and I don't think anybody would want to pick leaders that sleep on shit. You want to document and acknowledge events and quantify and qualify them. Acts. What the? Who's that lady next to him? What the fuck? Oh, that's Melania. I was like, what the? I didn't expect to see her. Like, she's almost never there. Okay, so now we get a chance to look at the walking. Now, notice how they don't do the walking straight on anymore for Trump. They don't do that. And let me make this a little bigger too for people. Boom, since we're going to watch them walk. Actually, what's going on here is that, and also let me take, they decided now that they're doing side images, right? And let me pull it up a little bit more. Right, here we go. They do side images. So let's take a look at this. You have to look in a funny way to see it, but let's do it since it's not head on. They did that in Alaska with Trump and Putin, and it was disastrous. So they just stopped from there. But I think you can still see some things. Look, even right there. See, this is some funny shit right here. Like Melania is back holding his hand. Maybe it's because he can't walk. Maybe he needed support. I don't know. I'm just saying, look at that. It already looked like he stumbled. Right there. You see that? He's not walking straight, yo. Trump is not walking straight. Do y'all see that? He's not walking straight. I mean, this dude he can't, there's something wrong with his walking. Like, let's look at this one more time. Let me take this off. Let me take this off so we can see their face too, at least. All right, let's go back to the top. I'm just going to let it play through. Look, he did it again. You see that? He did it again. I'm going to let it play. I'm sorry. I'm just going to let it play. But you can clearly see this guy stumbling. Two. 3. 4. Yeah, they cut that. So he don't look like he's and the things I counted 4, and I'm talking about bad 4. I'm not going for things that just can generally happen to anybody, right? I'm talking about I saw 4 bad, goddamn. It's almost like you saw the weight go down. And look, I ain't gonna waste a whole lot of time with people today. Replay. If you ain't see it, then play it back. You know what I'm saying? And this ain't the only video, by the way, to examine his walking. You know what I'm saying? There's loads of walking videos. I mean, dude can't walk right. He can't walk right. He can't walk right. That's really what it is. So let's listen to him make these weird statements and find out what we can make of it. Let's see.
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him.
He said he did not say. First of all, he don't know anything about it. Lie, because then he admits to. He said, "What? Imagine if you was in the feds and they get interviewed by the feds and shit. Did you talk to Pete Hegseth? I don't know anything about it, but he said." What do you know? What do you know about Pete Hegseth shooting up those boats? I don't know anything about it, but he said. I mean, what the hell is going on here? Where does this work? They always do this double talk. We saw, what the hell is the lady, the head of the goddamn Homeland Security, whatever her name is. She makes the same type of statements, contradictory statements, back to back. She have one sentence that has a positive and then retracts it in the end, a negative, or a negative and then a positive. Like she says no and believe about the same thing, the same exact thing in one sentence. Let's play this back. Here's an example.
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him.
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him. That's what he said. I don't know anything about that. He said he didn't do that, and I believe him. So that's what you know about it. Like, what's so complicated about that? But it's like a defensive statement. You know, it doesn't seem like a confident statement. It doesn't seem like a statement a person makes when they're competent or confident. It doesn't. Let's see here. I mean, let me know. Did that Trump statement sound like a confident statement to you? Just let me know. I mean, if it sounded confident and competent, put a 1, and I'm saying both, not one or the other. Confident and competent. If it sounded competent and confident to you, please put a 1 in the chat. Let me just see. And if it doesn't, put a 2 in the chat.
From both.
Let me see here. Did y'all do that? Oh, do me a favor. Click the like button also. But I didn't see any people. Okay, so if you think this was a confident and competent statement that Trump made here to the press, put a 1 in the chat and put a 2 in the chat if you do not. Let me give it a second too. I mean, I don't get it. To me, I can't even fucking decipher what he meant. In an English statement like that. It is the same thing with a lot of their statements. Here we go.
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him.
Is that a competent and confident statement? Let's hear it one more time.
You don't know if there was You're talking about the 2 men?
The second strike to kill the 2 men.
No, he said he didn't do it. He said he never said
Would
that.
you be okay with that?
From the start, he says, I don't know anything about that. And it sounds like he knows a lot about it. What the fuck? And indeed, he's the president. He should by now know a lot about it. Like, what the hell? He should know more than anybody else. I don't know anything about that.
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him 100%.
You don't know if there was
You're talking about the 2 men?
The second strike to kill the 2 men.
No, he said he didn't do it. He said he never said
Would
that.
you be okay with that if he did?
He said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision.
That's also revealing. Would you be okay with that if he did? But he didn't, so I don't have to make that. Does that sound competent and confident? Like, it doesn't give up much at all. It's almost like not taking a position. Trump doesn't have a position. That's basically what he's saying. On this matter, he don't have a fucking position. Like, straight up. He's not, it's not one way or the other. Hegseth did it. He must be right. But I'm not going to say why he must be right. He's right because I appointed him. He's not right because of the law, because I'm not going to really talk about that. You know, I'm not going to make a determination about whether it's legal at all. He's not. It's just good enough for him. I mean, anyway, what would you expect? I'm just saying, look, even if I disagree, I'm not going to bullshit. This is not a competent answer. That's my point. No matter who is making this, if Obama was making this or Biden was making this, that I would have the same opinion. That doesn't sound too confident or competent. Do we need to go to the English dictionary? Like, I don't see what's confident or competent about that answer. That's kind of like, I ain't the president. I don't know nothing. My name Bennett and I ain't in it. Don't involve me. You didn't elect me to know a damn thing. You know, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. You know, I'm just saying. That's what it sounds like to me.
Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are demanding answers from the Trump administration about...
It does sound sketchy, Oris. It sounds sketchy as hell, Pittman. You know, what the hell? What the fuck? I mean, where does this work? Where does this type of bullshit work? What about if you ask your boss a question at work? By the way, boss, should I do it like this or should I do it like this? I don't know anything about that. You know what I mean? It's like, I believe him. What the fuck? That's it. Wow, dude. That doesn't sound like the answer you want to be given as a CEO of any company.
U.S. military operations in the Caribbean. This bipartisan scrutiny comes in the wake of new reporting from the Washington Post, claiming that during one attack on a boat suspected of smuggling drugs, a follow-up strike was ordered after the initial impact left some survivors on board. This is according to the Post, citing two sources with direct knowledge. They write, in a September 2nd strike, which is the first in the administration's ongoing offensive, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave a verbal command to kill everybody on the boat.
What kind of command is that? Who makes a command like kill everybody on the boat? How can you make that determination whether that is just? Like, how did he come to that determination? Like, what did he see for him to say that is what people want to know. Like, how did he reach that determination? And now somebody's saying he didn't say it. Hold on 2 seconds here. I'm going to blow this up on the screen. Let's read what they got to say here. 2 seconds. Let me see here. Boom. Can y'all see this? Okay. Who is saying that Hegseth said did this? Let me see. Let me just pull this up real quick while we got this here in the chat, or for people to see. Folks on TV, folks that are watching the TV, click the like button. People that are watching on your mobile phones, click the like button, because it helps more people find out about the stream, if you don't mind. And then to see this and also give their opinion about it too. Yeah, because guess what? It's not just my opinion that matters. Everybody can have an opinion, right? And and everybody can chime in too. Give some views about it. You know what I'm saying? That can help other people, you know, kind of come to a better conclusion or get a bigger idea of the picture. It's not just me, by the way, that's offering something here, but let me see here. Who says Pete Hegseth said kill them all. Yeah, that's what I want to know. Who says that? I believe it is a whistleblower, right? But who's the whistleblower? Who claims Hegseth said that? Okay, let me pull this up real quick, just for people to see. Hopefully, y'all can see that. Let me take my camera out of here too. Okay, yeah. Who claims Hegseth said this? Keg Breath. Who says Keg Breath said it? That's easier to say. Keg Breath. Okay. The Washington Post reported November 28th, 2025, right? That's just a few days ago, that two sources with direct knowledge of the operation said Hegseth gave a verbal order during the September 2nd boat strike to kill everybody aboard. So it's this specific strike he was speaking about. Right. That's what's being said here. According to how I follow the English language, of course, is my first language. Although, jag snackar danska. Jag talar danska. Visst det. Så visst det någon danska där ut. Vad så? Good day to you. Good day to you, allesammans. Denmark. Yeah. And also Norway, Sweden, The EU, what's up, EU? Britain, everybody out there, France. But let me see here. It says here, subsequent coverage by former military law experts treat that kill everyone directive as a basis of a follow-up strike that killed 2 survivors. Okay. Right. So other people are saying it too. That's the Military Times. Who disputes, denies Hegseth said it. Hegseth himself denies the claim, calling it fake, fabricated, and based on anonymous sources rather than facts. But these anonymous sources seem to be people close to them, right? Credible, right? For it to be credible, you would have to be somebody in proximity to that order on the receiving end or the sending end. White House has echoed that denial, although Trump is not really saying it would be wrong if he did anyway, right? Trump's not saying that would be illegal if he did. He's saying, well, since he didn't, I ain't going to comment on it, which is more suspicious. The White House has echoed that denial. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the version that Hegseth ordered kill everybody is rejected. Yeah. Okay, that office claims operational control execution authority rested with Frank M. Bradley. Okay, so Frank M. Bradley is the one who executed the order, right? Right. Control and execution authority rested with Frank M. Bradley, not necessarily Hegseth, but Hegseth. There's people within proximity of Hegseth or Bradley are claiming that was the verbal order from Hegseth that day on that strike. Not necessarily keg breath suggesting Bradley ordered the second strike. So the office claims operation. Okay, so there you have it. Why do they keep saying it doesn't necessarily mean that? That doesn't sound confident, does it? It wasn't necessarily. Look, how about say no one in proximity to the order being given or received heard anything like that. Period. Why don't they just say that, y'all? You see what I'm saying? This is bullshit. This is bullshit right here. Why there's disagreement, uncertainty? The claims comes from entirely anonymous sources reported by the world. Yeah, so what? There's anonymous people that work in the U.S. military that leak shit all the time. You ain't never heard of that? I mean, imagine what the world would be like if WikiLeaks was all dismissed that way. I mean, you know what I'm saying? This is everything MAGA believes comes from an anonymous source anyway. Who the fuck is QAnon in the first place? It's all anonymous. Everything they believe is fucking anonymous. And now all of a sudden, when it gets to this shit, anonymous fucking matters? Nah, I don't think that is the problem here. That's definitely not the problem. But in any case, let's go back to what they're trying to say here. Let's go.
After the missile hit and the smoke cleared, 2 survivors were seen clinging to the wreckage. The paper goes on to report that the special operations commander overseeing the attack then ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's initial instructions. As the Post puts it, the 2 men were blown apart in the water. MS Now has not independently verified that report. President Trump, though, put out this video of the attack later that day, but it didn't show any footage of a subsequent strike. Now, Republican-led committees in both chambers of Congress are starting to push back. The top Republican and Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee said, quote, "We'll be conducting vigorous oversight to determine the facts related to these circumstances." And on the House side, the Armed Services Committee there echoed that
okay.
fact.
These are Republicans right here. Let me see something here. This is Senator Roger Wicker from Missouri, Republican. Okay. And okay, so the other is a Democrat, right? Okay, so Jack Reed, Senator. Okay, so these are 2.
related to these circumstances. And on the House side, the Armed Services Committee there echoed that vow, saying they're, quote, committed to providing rigorous oversight and are taking bipartisan.
Okay, so this is House Republicans saying that they want to look into this. Okay, so a couple of people say it doesn't matter. This is just bullshit, a waste of time, taking this issue up, blah, blah, blah. Well, Republicans seem to be interested a little bit in this. Whether they're going to do something fast or they're going to wait till they leave and come back next year, I don't know. But
in action to gather a full accounting of the operation in question. Amid this new report and stepped-up scrutiny, Defense Secretary Hegseth is continuing to defend the strikes. He took to social media to denounce what he called fake news and fabricated, inflammatory and derogatory reporting. But he added that the strikes are intended to be lethal and kinetic, saying in part, quote, Biden coddled terrorists, we kill them.
okay, hold on. Let me blow this up real quick. I want to remove myself from this image real quick and just see if we can take a quick look at this real quick. Let me see. Boom. All right, let me see here. What does he say? As usual, fake news. Okay, la la la. Okay, as usual, fake news is delivering more. Okay, I can make this a little smaller. I think y'all be able to read it then. Let's see here. Boom. Okay, as usual, the fake news is delivering more fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory. Every word with Gatori. Goddamn, reporting to discredit or incredible discredit our incredible warriors from the War Department. Fight to protect the homeland. This ain't no damn Vietnam, man. What the hell? He's like, they're fighting to protect our homeland. Like, okay. I mean, he brings it down to a bar where everybody does this every day. Everybody's fighting to defend the homeland. So what? What is this? What's special? I mean, that's the thing about it. Like, is this what it is? Like, so we always doing this. The ATF is doing this. The FBI is doing this. So why do they have to do it? You know, I don't get it, you know, but in any case, fabricated inflammatory, derogatory reporting to discredit our incredible warriors fighting to protect the homeland. These highly effective strikes are specifically intended to be lethal kinetic strikes. Sorry, but that you're not getting me with that dumbass statement. They're specifically, why are these ones specifically designed to do that? Ain't they all? Isn't that the whole fucking point? I mean, that doesn't change the fact that lawmakers are saying they got concerns about the legality. We know. Look, first of all, if you are in the U.S. military, everything you do is supposed to specifically be lawful. That's the whole point. That's the whole point in saying do not follow illegal orders, because they go against that specificity, right? Now, he in his answer is claiming that it's specific, like, no, duh, it's all supposed to be specific. But who gave the order? Who gave this order? Who gave this order? And is this order an order that would be generally followed by U.S. military and service people? This kind of order right here. The guy hanging off the boat. The dude hanging off the boat for his life. That's who you kill in a second attack. Is that what it is? This is what I'm going to tell you. Sorry, but this story is not going anywhere fast. This story is going to follow the United States of America way into the next term, the next presidency, because this is of international concern. So it's not going nowhere. It's going to turn into a UN thing and an ICC hearing. Definitely. That's what you're going to get, hearings from this. And those hearings will be announced in the news on, especially in legacy media. It will be announced. It will be. I mean, and that's the issue about following the law and how you follow the law. You see, to hope that what you do doesn't end up in the UN being discussed as criminal. What you do doesn't end up in the ICC as being discussed. You know, that's actually a good thing when your military is not always in the ICC. That's a good thing when your country is not always being brought up on issues with the human rights agreements. That's a good thing.
President Trump, meanwhile, had this to say yesterday.
It's bad when your military and your leadership and is ending up always in these conversations. Not that the U.S. military often is, by the way, but it's not a good look. It's bad. You shouldn't want it. It should concern you when it happens.
And asked about reports of a second strike.
Again, do you want to be an American citizen in international waters with a fishing boat where a foreign country blows your ass up? And then when your kid is surviving, hanging on the end of the raft, just barely surviving, they say, oh, he's alive. Shoot him again. Is that what you want? Is that what you consider fair? What if people started shooting, blowing up all American boats in international water because these narco handlers buy American guns? What about if they do that? Stop selling guns to these narco handlers. Is that how you're going to handle it? Is that how they should handle it? Should they just blow up people and then say, they had guns? Well, we haven't retrieved any guns, by the way. We haven't retrieved any guns. We just blew the boat up. And it says, by statistic, it says these narco handlers seem to buy a whole lot of American guns. And so therefore, we're protecting our homeland. Is that what we all want? No, that's not what we all want.
There were a second strike that killed wounded people wounded in the first strike. Are you
Number one, I don't know that happened. And Pete said he did not want them.
Yeah, it's okay to put your comments in the chat, but don't write them 3-4 times, on purpose. Don't do that, please.
He didn't even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted that. Not a second strike. The first strike.
Oh, wow.
It was very lethal. It was fine. And if there were two people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Does that mean?
Oh, and then, this is classic Trump. So he did throw Hegseth under the bus. He's just threw Hegseth under the bus. I thought that was all he said that was fucked up. Listen, he just sold him out. Trump just sold Hegseth out. And Hegseth is now trying to sell out the general. Is that what's going on? Look.
If there were a second strike that killed wounded people wounded in the first strike, are you
number one, I don't know that happened. And Pete said he did not want them. He didn't even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted that. Not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine. And if there were two people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Does that make you?
I have great confidence.
You saying there's no second strike?
I don't know. I'm going to find out about it. But Pete said he did not order the death of those two men.
On Capitol Hill,
So Pete said he didn't order the death of those two men. So this is the gist of it. So now basically it comes down to the general. He's saying that if they killed two people that were unarmed, that were injured from the first strike, if they killed them, then it would be on the general because that's not what their order intended. That's what he's saying right there. So that's not looking too confident. Again, Pete said, Hegseth did say, I stand by the general 100%. But now Trump is changing that. Trump is saying, no, I don't stand by him 100% because he wouldn't have done that. If that's what they're saying, no, he wouldn't have done that. And if he did, I wouldn't stand by it. That's what Trump is saying. And let me see here. People just, I guess these trolls, man, they really can't help themselves but to troll. There you go. Boom. Like I was saying, not 3 and 4 messages in a row. Not the same message in a row, please. Yeah. But in any case, is that a computer generating that? Like for real. But let's listen some more.
We've seen bipartisan vows for investigations, but also bipartisan outrage, calling the allegations, quote, serious, illegal, and potentially a war crime. Here is just a sampling of how lawmakers reacted on the Sunday shows.
If the facts go to where the Washington Post article takes it, well, then we'll have to go from there. But if it was as if the article said, that is a violation of the law of war. When people want to surrender, you don't kill them. And they have to pose an imminent threat. It's hard to believe that two people on a raft trying to survive would pose an imminent threat.
This video.
Okay, that's interesting. Hey, Sharon, what's up? I appreciate that. No doubt, I appreciate that. Hey, listen, folks, I'm gonna do like maybe 15 more minutes into this, and then we're gonna do I'm gonna take a half an hour break, and then I'm gonna do a private stream just for folks about a different topic here. So, but let's continue. I appreciate that, Sharon.
In a rare break from the Trump administration, the Republican-led Armed Services Committee in the House and Senate are investigating the deadly U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. The probes come in the wake of a Washington Post report about a September 2nd strike, the first of at least 21 attacks that have killed 83 people to date. The Post cites two sources with direct knowledge who said Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the attack, leave.
So when they say direct knowledge, that qualifies it even more. That means people that were in the room of the order of Hegseth or the receiver general that took the order. Right. So direct, yeah, that's what that means.
21 attacks that have killed 83 people to date.
Meaning they heard the communications.
The Post cites two sources with direct knowledge who said Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the attack, leave no survivors, resulting in a follow-up strike to kill two men who had survived the initial attack. MS Now has not independently verified that report. Joining me now is the Democratic member of the House Armed Services Committee, Congressman Eugene Vindman of
who won that election? Who won that election?
Virginia. It's good
in Tennessee.
See you again, Congressman. I'm curious who you'd like to talk to, what evidence you want to see to figure out what really happened there.
Well, first of all, I would say that these boat strikes demand a full investigation by the House Armed Services Committee, by the Senate Armed Services Committee. What we're seeing right now has raised concerns with me for some time as a former Army judge advocate, general, officer, and infantry officer, a prosecutor, an advisor to commanders in the field. I've had questions about these strikes since they started. It all goes back to labeling these drug traffickers as narco terrorists, which I believe is a inadequate classification. And it goes to this order from the secretary, apparently, of no quarter, which is an obvious war crimes violation.
So as someone who has experience with this, what?
Right. So Hegseth has been promoting this idea of no quarter also. Yeah, that's against the human rights thing. That's against the U.S. law, no quarter,
What would you need to be able to know with a high degree of certainty before you ordered a strike like this?
So I would need to know who it was that were striking. I would need to know what this boat was, what it was carrying. I would need to know if there were any is any potential for collateral damage, other civilians, other civilian infrastructure, the rules of engagement for this strike. And I would need to know the chain of command, who has the authority to authorize a strike. Is it the Secretary of Defense? Is it the Southcom commander? So there's a whole host of questions. And all of those details that I just mentioned are the details that we would need to see and hear from the Department of Defense in order to determine what happened, whether any laws were violated, all the way from the labeling of these organizations, these individuals as narco terrorists, which is a completely new status, not recognized in any law, to this particular strike where there is a parent order.
Narco terrorists. I mean, where do you just make up stuff? Where is that? Where is it in Congress?
For no quarter.
So House Republicans.
Where's that in international language?
As you know, have shown the White House an extraordinary amount of deference since Trump returned to office. Do you believe that the chairman of your committee, Mike Rogers, would actually do a deep and believable investigation? Would he bring, for example, Pete Hegseth in to testify?
I guess I would start by saying that the fact that too much deference has been shown is what landed us in this situation where we have potentially the Secretary of Defense and uniformed service members violating a number of laws, everything from the law of war in this direction for no quarter to the actual strikes themselves, this whole host of strikes under this new theory, this new legal theory that they're narco terrorists. I do believe that Chairman Rogers will conduct a fulsome investigation. We will certainly demand it from both the Democratic side and from what I've heard behind closed doors during some of these briefings from Republican colleagues as well. I think there is no choice at this point but.
Okay, so should Republican colleagues, should Republicans be on board with this congressional insight into this matter, right? However, whether it's public or not, should Republicans be concerned about this? Put a 1 in the chat if Republicans should be concerned. Put a 2 in the chat if they should not be concerned. Now, I'm not a Republican, but to me it seems like any lawmaker, any American citizen might be concerned, especially a lawmaker, right? Because you not only write laws, you want to know if people are following the laws you write. So again, if you believe Republicans should be concerned about this, put a 1 in the chat. And if you don't, put a 2 in the chat and state if you support Trump or Biden, one or the other. Also, that would be good. You see, because people like to be like 2, and I want them on record. So do you support Trump also? If you think they shouldn't, do you support Trump? So James Bowman, you support Trump? Mesrith, do you support Trump? Yeah, okay. You don't seem so fast to answer that one. Okay. Mesrith said absolutely. Well, Trump don't agree with you. So they should have it, So let's continue.
To fully investigate and then obviously hold those folks that were liable accountable. We know that on this particular strike, or we understand from the story that this order was given and that these individuals that were in the water that posed no threat to U.S. forces were struck again in this double tap strike. We also know that subsequently that there were members that actually, it sounds like they may have defied the secretary's order because we had 2 survivors that were released back to their home countries. And so at some point somebody had.
That's actually true. That's a good point. So this claim that this was made, that he wasn't making this order specific to this one, that is also debunked because you can't have that. Then it means they defied the orders before and didn't kill them all because people have escaped before. So that's an excellent point. That's been gone across all of legacy media, Fox News, CNN, everywhere, and in the middle, right? That's also gone across right-wing social media outlets. The fact that a few of them escaped, right, and went back home, right? Yeah, they didn't get killed. Why weren't they killed if this was just a regular standard order going on? That's a good point.
Determined that this order was illegal and chose not to obey it.
When you hear people use the phrase war crime, is that?
Yeah. Do you support PDFs or people in proximity to pedophiles? Do you support them? Do you support people being best friends at Jeffrey Epstein? Do you support that? While he was committing pedophilia and sex trafficking and espionage and blackmail. Do you support people that was just hanging around him?
That's something you think should be investigated.
100%. I think it's both sides. So this idea of striking narco terrorists, or really drug smugglers, that's in the criminal law realm, right? So you in that area are entitled to due process. There's no death penalty, certainly in the United States, for drug smuggling. So it's everything from potentially the murders committed by this whole host of strikes that has resulted in over 80 individuals being killed, to this particular strike where two individuals were targeted again in a double tap strike, which would constitute, in the context of a no quarter order, a war crime itself.
And while I have you, Congressman, I want to ask you about the push to end the war in Ukraine. Yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with a delegation of Ukrainian officials in Florida. Tomorrow, Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, is going to meet with Vladimir Putin in Moscow. Are you optimistic at all that the White House will be able to broker a deal everyone would be willing to accept?
No. The Russians have demonstrated since the start of this conflict that they have no interest in stopping the war, that they have aggressively started this war now going on 3 years ago because they were concerned about Ukraine and the possibility that Ukraine would be a thriving democratic state on their doorstep. And so I have no confidence that Vladimir Putin is in a position now, given that all of the concessions that were granted to him before they'd agreed to do anything, even a ceasefire, that he would, in the absence of any pressure from the United States, be interested in stopping this war. There has to be pressure on the Russians, not just the Ukrainians. And so far, for the last 11 months, it's been all pressure on Ukrainians and hardly any on the Russians.
Yeah, because the Ukrainians they didn't make the attack against Russia, and they can't beat Russia militarily. Obviously, they don't have as many people and more, and on and on, and access to as many resources and that kind of stuff. So, obviously they're at a disadvantage in fighting Russia. The U.S. isn't, though, by the way. The U.S. is at an advantage, and the EU is at an advantage, really, to be honest, because the EU, economically, it has 450 million people. The United States, as a single country, has more of an advantage because they got 350 million people paying into one military force, right? So it's a socialized military, which means it's funded by the taxpayers, right? So that means these billionaires, they don't add their little extra money into it. It's all funded by taxpayers, and that's people that maybe work 2 and 3 different jobs also, right? They fund it also. Now, let's go on to this Witkoff thing before I get out of here. Let's see here. This has already happened. It's already been a day. These things move fast, and so now this is what happened right after that. And I'm interested in hearing too because it's not going to just disappear if the U.S. doesn't become a determining factor, a decider and a side, right? Now, also, but this is what's current in the EU. Yesterday on the 27th, the Danish government just bought a air defense system from Norway, right? I think they spent something like $500 million US, right? That's $500 million US. That's just on this one thing, the air defense missile system. And I know that's several different, that's more than one station, obviously, because it's a whole system, right, that they're buying. But there's the EU also this year. They passed a bill where they're releasing EU funds to EU weapons manufacturers to produce more weapons. They did that earlier this year. Just maybe 3 months ago, or 4 months ago, 3 and 4 months ago. Then now they're talking about using the funds. Oh, no, not the funds. The assets of the Russian government, which is something like $4 billion, I believe. Like, I'm going to check that out in a second. $4 billion of Russian assets used to fund the war, to aid Ukraine, right? And that would be with weapons, obviously, right? And so this is kind of some of the things going on the side. I know legacy media in the U.S. doesn't really cover that often. These other factors that are going on the EU side of it too often. But here, let's take a look now. Let's see what they say.
Moscow, where
what came of this meeting?
Right now, President Vladimir Putin is hosting U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law.
They went to Russia. They actually, Jared Kushner went to Russia. What the hell is Jared Kushner? What does he have to do with it? I thought he didn't want to be involved in this stuff. I mean, It's weird.
Critical talks have been going on for more than 3 hours as they're negotiating a potential pathway to peace in Ukraine. Let's go right to CNN's Matthew Chance. He is live for us in Moscow. Matthew, any indication from the Kremlin as far as how they think these negotiations are going?
Well, not so far, unfortunately. We're in a bit of an information sort of vacuum holding pattern at the moment. I've just this second been texting the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, to try and get an update on if the negotiations, if the talks were coming to an end soon, if he could characterize the sort of mood in the room or anything like that. And there's just been no response. He did say earlier that there would be no time limit on these talks. They started about 3.25 hours ago. And so it's they've been going on for some time. They're obviously quite in-depth and intensive. And I was told earlier as well by the Kremlin that there'll be a briefing afterwards by one of the officials, the Russian officials, that's inside, the room at the table, Yuri Ushakov, who's the presidential aide on foreign affairs, sitting, if you see those pictures of the table.
Yeah, Kushner holds no office. He doesn't work for the government. He's not a government, nothing. That's just weird out of the blue for Kushner to be there. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. Did Kushner make some backroom deal with Russia where, it's like, what's going on? What are they talking about? That's so weird. Is he involved in some of the assets on the ground now? Remember when Trump was making his demand to say that we want mineral resources for our help. Remember that? And that was the thing. They were talking about mineral resources. If the U.S. is going to help you, we need some mineral resources. Did Kushner get some of those, contracts? Is that what's going on here? I don't know, but let's see here.
Sitting at Vladimir Putin's right hand. The big challenge for Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy, and for...
Let me see something here. I see somebody in the chat just wants to repeat themselves, Here we go. Let's see here. 10 minutes. Boom. All right. Yeah. Please don't, exploit the chat or abuse the chat, y'all. Please. Come on now.
Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, who's also in these meetings, will be to try and sort of gauge whether the Kremlin is open to the kinds of compromises, the kind of solutions that have been hammered out between US and Ukrainian officials over the course of the past the past week or so in Geneva and more recently at the weekend in Florida, where they tried to sort of look for creative solutions to get around some of Ukraine's big red lines, like its desire to join NATO in the future, like the call by Russia for it to give up territory, for Ukraine to give up territory that it has annexed but not yet conquered. These are huge problems with the US-backed peace plan. There are some solutions that are being discussed, though not agreed on, and now Witkoff and Kushner are presenting those solutions to the Kremlin to see if there's any appetite at all from Vladimir Putin to do a deal.
Somehow, I don't think that's what's going on. It just... Again, I don't think this has even the confidence of the American people. Like, first of all, where the hell did Kushner come from? Like, what the hell is that all about? You got plenty of people and military experts and foreign service experts from the United States and from the NATO nations that have all said how the U.S. is handling this under the Trump administration is wrong and will show no results. But yet they keep going about it with more weird shit. Like all of a sudden they say, yeah, everybody's saying we're handling this wrong. And you know what we're going to do? Instead of just have Witkoff go along, even though people are like, what the fuck is Witkoff is capitulating, is aiding Putin, like not solving a problem, but trying to help him, trying to help his side of the argument. Right. Instead of it just being criticized on that, they say, why don't we make it better? Let's just send let's send Kushner in there too, just to make it look more untrustworthy, like what's happening. But in that case, yo, I'm going to cut it short right now. Not short. It's been like 4 hours, dude. Yo, big up to everybody that lasted that long, by the way. Damn. I think this might have been the longest stream I've actually ever given. I appreciate everybody listening. coming out, giving your perspective. Whether you agree with my perspective, that's not it. I'm willing to have a conversation and explore some of your ideas, by the way. I don't have to agree to be able to do that. You see what I mean? Although, I think the reputation of the Trump administration, I'm not, I don't have a problem with criticizing the Trump administration. I put it to you that way. I definitely don't. And any administration, I don't. But, because why? Administrations, governance matters in people's lives. Governance matters. There's consequences to good and bad governance, by the way. So people should be up for criticizing anyone. Why you would criticize a side, I don't know, when you could kind of advocate for the things you want that benefit your life. You could advocate for that in a comprehensive way, right? You can advocate in a way to where you could find agreement with others on the matter. You could. Like Democrats want immigration reform. Don't know if MAGA people knew that, but maybe not the exact things that you want 100% in that, but they want some, and some is better than none. So right now, I still haven't seen any real comprehensive immigration reform. We've seen a lot of patches in the wall, another Band-Aid left to the next president, to come. So left to the next Congress. Congress is not going to take it up. This Congress this year is not going to take up healthcare reform. You're going to have to experience paying more prices before that happens. More hikes in prices, and it's going to last. They got 12 days to do something about it, but maybe they'll do it. Maybe they won't. After all, they not in a rush. They got all day. You the ones that don't have all day. The taxpayer doesn't have all day, but the Congress, they're going to have their job for 6 more months, so they not in a hurry. They're not in a hurry. You know what I'm saying? They're not even planning. Look, they're not even planning on it. They're not calling for it. Gun reform. Not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. Don't want to make it illegal for non-citizens to bear weapons in the United States. They ain't in a hurry to do that. They just saw 2 National Guard members get shot down. Didn't put up the flag half-mast, but not in a hurry to mobilize nothing through Congress based on that. Can't do that. Can't mobilize Congress. Can't call on any laws to be made. Can only be Band-Aid patch here and there. So, and that's how people going to have it now, until then. But listen, y'all, I'll be back in a half an hour. It's going to be that private stream that's up. If any of you see it, don't worry about the time. I'm going to engage that. And let me see here. Hold on for a second. You know what? Let's not do that. I will be back in 2 seconds. Let me just change the time on the live real quick. Let me see. 2:19 here. 2 to 6 hours. Yeah, I think 6 hours is better, because then people will have a chance. More people will have a chance to catch the stream, the private stream. Let me see here. I appreciate everybody coming out. Now let me go over here. So that will be actually, let me put the link in the chat too for that. But let's see here. Can we get to that or what? Okay, it's coming. Let's see here. Where is it at? One more. Come on. Hold on. 2 seconds, y'all.
I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. Kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far. But evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option. They can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin.
I'm almost ready. I'm almost ready with the link here. 2 seconds.
They can't speak, but we do, yes, unless we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. Live in 7 hours. There it is. Now let me hook it up in the chat.
Behavior, I might save your change, flip it, rearrange. The whole conception was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Yes,
Here we go. All right, here we go. So you can see the stream is up now. Let me pause this. Yeah, you can see it's up. It's in the chat, right? So that's 7 hours from now. So I'm going to be live 7 hours from now. The conversation is going to be about American citizen living abroad, living in Denmark, and giving a breakdown of what that's like. Also giving a breakdown of some of the laws, so you don't have to rely on legacy media to have a conversation that they really don't want to have with you, by the way, not in a comprehensive way. You know, nations like Denmark and EU nations that have universal health care, universal education, they have been brought up in U.S. media, but they haven't followed up with a real comprehensive understanding of what it means and what that looks like. And also they're lacking hella qualitative and quantitative data, period. No quantitative data. They just bullshit. They just all of a sudden throw welfare and socialism on it, which is not the case in the EU, by the way. You know, and it's just about as socialist when it comes to projects as the U.S. military is socialist, right? Paid for 100% by the taxpayers. It's just as much socialist as that. You see what I mean? It's only extended to citizens having health care rights and access to education. See, when you're not a citizen in Denmark, or you come here as a resident, you don't get, if you're a visitor, you get immediate care. If you have a health care crisis, life threatening, you get immediate care. You don't get prolonged care. You don't get the stuff that you need to stay alive later. But if you're about to die, they will make sure you don't die in the hospital for free. But then if you're a tourist, you got to go back to your own country and figure that out, the rest of it out. But if you're a citizen, you have the right to health care and you have the right to education. If you're a resident that lives here, you have the right to education because you live here. When you live here, that means you live here, right? So you get many of the same rights. Now the thing is that what that looks like in taxes is a lot of times lied on. Americans don't often get a chance to talk about how much they pay in taxes. They make it sound like everybody else pays so much more, and it doesn't make sense. Why? And oh my God, when you should really have a real understanding of what that exactly looks like. So today's conversation, I'm going to help, bring some of those facts to life for people that want to know from a person that has experience. I'm going to talk a little bit about how much I pay in taxes. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I get in taxes. I'm going to talk a little bit about education here. My kids, they go to school, right? To go to higher learning, their school, the higher learning, they get a stipend. That's through the tax system. I'm going to talk a little bit about if I have a child, if I just so happen to have a child, families get that. All families, no matter how much money you get, you could be a billionaire or you could be ass out broke. You still get a check from the government for your child specifically, just for the care of your child specifically. Everybody gets that. And it's based on a norm, on what the inflation looks like in the society, the food prices and all of that. It's based on that. So it adjusts maybe every few years, but you get this type of thing. And what that looks like in terms of how much taxes you pay in reality. Okay. So since I'm an American citizen, I do have a little bit of idea about that. And so that's what I'm going to bring to the table. And I live in both I lived in the U.S., and I live in Europe now. So I have a good idea, being an American citizen, what that experience is like for a lot of people. So on that note, I appreciate it. Listen, I put the link in the chat. I'm going to put the link again. That's starting 7 more hours from now. As a matter of fact, if you want to get some merch, some Fuck Trump t-shirts, you could also get that here. Let me see something. Merch and other stuff, by the way, if you want to support. There's other ways to support. Also, you can also check out my music, aka V Media's, aka Empirical, right? So check that out. Let me add that here too in the chat. Right? There you go. Boom. And you can also subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Here we go. Is that it right there? Sorry about that. Subscribe. Yeah. And then you could do that. So, and here is the link to the next stream. Let's see here. Next stream. That's in 7 hours from now. I got to go out. I got a meeting with some folks down at the mayor's office later on today. Yeah. Later on today, there's a meet down there with some folks. So I want to hear what they got to say, some city planning. There was an election in Copenhagen just on November 18th. And this time I supported a party called Enhedslisten. This time I don't always do that. I mean, there's many parties to select from. Way more than the U.S. has, obviously. There's maybe like 20 parties in all, really. But there's maybe about 12 ones you really need to follow up on when you're here and you're a voter. But yeah, so the party I voted for, they got a lot of even more votes this time around for the Copenhagen Commune. So that's the local government that I live under, the Copenhagen Commune. So So I want to go hear some more about what's happening. And now they're going to have a plan. They're rolling out. So I got an invitation to go and hear the plan as they roll it out from the public representatives. So yeah. And on that note, I'm out, y'all. I appreciate everybody once again for joining me. And I'll be back later on with y'all today. All right. Peace, y'all. 1. Release the Epstein files. Impeach Trump. You know what I'm saying? Impeach Trump. Save the world.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song.
They want war. All they really want is a war. The
Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but either my life is truly based upon need, so I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner should get to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying the price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. We think to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand the way we make away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here comes another one. About to take it to the place that lies under the sun. Style witty, come from Chocolate City. Today I'm on the march with I invited $1 million from the Million Man March to stomp on fake gangster rappers so they don't need starch. For the funeral suits we shine.